stream accounts.
Awesome.
It's all yours.
Amazing. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, a very warm welcome to the Rye House Kart Raceway here for round number 8 of the Rye House Pro Karting Series in 2024. As I mentioned, as I welcomed you to the circuit earlier on, we're coming to the end point of the season, of course, second to last round of the season in 2024. All the championships starting to sort themselves out. Great to see so many teams on the entry list for today's race, and I think at least it should be 27 teams in total, and a good split amongst our 3 classes out there on circuit as well. We should have 8 teams in the super class, 9 in the pro class, and 10 in the clubman class. Now, I've not been here at Rye House for the Pro Karting Series in a little while. My last round was round number 5 back in July, and it seems like the series has been going from strength to strength since then. So many entries, some brilliant racing, and particularly at last round last month, where we had 2 two-hour races. I hear you were treated to some very exciting racing out there. Hopefully that's going to continue into today's action, and of course, slightly different, at least to what I was used to last time. We're not doing an F1 style qualifying today. This one, just a 15-minute straight qualifying session. Get out there, get some laps in, get that consistency going, and see where you can find yourself ending up on the grid at the end of the 15 minutes. Now, it's already getting pretty busy out there on circuit. I can see 22 cars already crossing the timing beam and starting their session. Make that 23 as Dad Racing and Wraith Racing come out of the pits. So the 207 Orange Tree Racing as well to kick off their qualifying session. But as we mentioned, so many karts out on circuit, it makes it a little bit busy out there. And that's the difficulty in a qualifying session like this, of course. With it not being F1 style quality, it does mean you've got a little bit more time there to get up to speed and find a bit of space and try and get that consistency flowing and get some good lap times on the board. But equally, with it being so busy out there, it's still a bit tough to find that space. And often, we can see, it's just like in the car club here at Rye House, the different strategies as well. I think that all comes down to sort of where you find yourself in the pecking order as well. If you know that you're going to be up there challenging for pole position, maybe you fancy going it alone, you know where you're going on the circuit, you know the lines of where you need to hit on the circuit to get that little bit of extra lap time out of your pro kart. Whereas if maybe you find yourself languishing a little bit further down the order, you might want to see if you can hold on to the back of a car that you know is going to be very fast, use their slipstream throughout the circuit, and of course, watch what they're doing. Because you can effectively get 200% data out of one lap. Not only are you finding out where you can push it for what you're doing in the car, you can also watch the car ahead of you, see what they're doing, and learn from what they are getting up to out on circuit as well. The mistakes that they're making and where they're able to find that little bit of extra time. Now, at the moment, it's super close at the top of the order, less than a tenth of a second between the top 2. But currently, your pole sitter is the number 4 of GKD Racing. 41.354 is the gauntlet that's been laid down by the number 4. Helicopter Services, your championship leaders coming into today's round. They're currently second place, and just as I say that, they take pole position back for themselves. New fastest lap for the number 2, 41.188 seems to extend that gap at the sharp end of the order by almost 2 tenths of a second. Wilson Auto's there in 3rd place at the moment. We've got JND Racing, Alessia Prime and March Racing, your top 6, all from that super class. But then, it's always the case in RHPK qualifying. I go to say 1 point and suddenly it all changes and my point is irrelevant. I was going to say how the next drivers involved are from the Cutland class. It's looking really quick for DR Autos. They've just slipped down to P10 now, BRM Racing. who are also in the clubman class, have gone a little bit faster than them. So have Slippery Bananas now, and so have Alessia. They're finding their pace as they jump up 10 places with that new lap out on circuit. It's all still chopping and changing out there. 5 minutes now complete in this 15-minute qualifying session. 10 more minutes to go. So coming into today's action, just give a little bit of a highlight of how the championship standings are starting to work themselves out, because of course only 2 more rounds yet to come, 2 more opportunities to grab some points for your team. As I mentioned, in the Superclass, Helicopter Services currently leading the way on 295 points. Alessia Prime, their closest challengers, on 272, and it's 259 for J&D, 247 for Olverson Autos. And then a top 5 rounded out by Monkey Motorsport, 223 points for themselves. March Racing in the Pro Class, they had a great round last round, getting that pole position in qualifying, and then they were able to convert that to an overall race win in race number 2. Just mentioning that as well, I just remembered from my chats previously, March Racing, of course, have jumped up to the Super Class now, so that's going to change it slightly in terms of the classes. So I'm going to have to remember that through the day. So that'll be with them jumping up to the Super Class. It'll be Monkey Motorsport number 37 who actually lead the Pro Class coming into this round. Going Bananas in second place, only about 11 points behind Monkey Motorsport in the lead of the championship, and then a further 15 points back to FBD Racing in third place in that Pro Class. And then in the clubmans, it is Alessia, number 40, who lead the standings in the clubman class, 212 points. They've also got an 11-point gap over second place, 207 OSG Racing holding that spot, with Slippery Bananas in third place in that clubman class. Looking back to the live timing here in qualifying, first team to drop down below the 41s, a 40.932 for GKD Racing. 6th place in the standings at the moment. Of course, with March Racing jumping up, that'll put them down into P7 in the standings. So they're having an outstanding day so far out there. Clearly, some good pace in that car underneath them, and clearly the driver taking to the wheel in this qualifying session, finding some great pace out there as well. Helicopter Services putting in a new personal best, but only a couple of thousandths quicker than their previous hot lap. Still in the 41s though, a 41.016, that closest challenger. And as I say that, Dad Racing jump up into pole position. The number 7 in the Pro Class now find themselves on pole position. 40.920 for Dad Racing, only 1/100th of a second quicker than GKD. It's all starting to hot up here at the top of the timing sheets. Only just over 6 minutes left to go. FBD Racing put in a good lap as well. They jumped themselves up 5 places to P8 overall. Just so I get all excited about that, Racing, GKD go even faster, dropping down into the 40.7s. 1.5 tenths of a second, the gap now once again over their closest challengers. It's still just those 2 teams who are down into the 40s now. Just sort of chopping and changing what I'm saying as it all gets changed on the live time, and I can see Dan Racing have now been moved into the Super Class, so clearly they were there already. So I can see on my standings that they are in the Pro Class, so that must be a change in either today or in the most recent rounds, but the DAD have been updated to being in the Super Class now. So top 4 all in the Supers. It's Purple Infinity, who had a great round last time out. Purple Infinity getting pole position in the Pros, winning race 1 and winning race 2. So you can't get much more perfect than that for a day's racing here in Hoddesdon. They're looking to replicate that here today once again. P6 on the grid at the moment, currently sitting pole position in their class. No one yet able to beat that 40.7 from GKD Racing. That's going to be a very tough lap time to beat out there on circuit. But as I mentioned when we gave you a warm welcome earlier on, what a lovely day it is here in Hoddesdon. Not what we were expecting for an October day of racing. I think everyone would have been assuming that there was going to be some dark clouds and maybe quite a bit of precipitation that we've seen in the last few weeks, but they've blessed us here for the second to last round of the season, and it's looking as though we should get dry running throughout the race, but as we know from the good old British weather, never really able to predict what's going to happen. So we'll keep an eye out throughout the 4 hours of racing later on this afternoon. Less than 5 minutes now on the clock. Not a huge amount of time for drivers to get some more laps in. You're probably looking at about 6 or 7 laps if you can hook it up and get round and crack on. Of course, then that's where the tactics come into play as well, whether you start to drop back a little bit. Try and free up some space for yourself out there on this 740 metre House Kart Raceway. Great to see as well so many teams that I've not personally seen here at RHPK before, whether they're new for this round or whether they're new for the last couple of rounds. Great to see so many familiar faces out there on circuit, but also so many new faces as well. Let's see if I can pick out a couple. Of course, I've not seen the Royal Navy and RF Vulcan's team here yet, so great to see them out on circuit. Here were another few ones. Cedos Clubman and One Custom Motorsport Design, 2 teams I've not seen as well out here at Wright House. So best of luck to them out on circuit today. Closing in on 3 minutes left to go then, ladies and gentlemen. This is where the heart rates start to rise. You've got to get yourself dialed in now. Not much longer to go to try and hook up a lap, but still no one able to challenge that time of GKD, and just as I say that, they go a little bit faster. Still in the 40.7s, about 200s quicker than their previous lap. But GKD able to be relatively consistently out at the front of the field in terms of pace. So that number 4 cars be laying down the gauntlet here. Incredible to see the gaps on the qualifying lap time screen. 5 thousandths of a second separating second and third on the grid, 8 thousandths of a second separating fourth and fifth on the grid, 5 thousandths of a second separating 10th and 11th, 9 thousandths of a second separating 14th and 15th. It doesn't matter where you get to on the grid, you're going to be super close to someone. There's very few gaps that start with a 0.1. They're almost all 0.0 something. So super close out there in pace, and that's what you get here at the Wright House Pro Karting Series. We're used to seeing such close battles out on track, and obviously drivers super close on pace, creating those battles out there on track. Still a couple of movers going on in the mid-pack here. Going bananas, jumping up 1 place into P12 on the grid. 207 Orange Tree Racing jumping up 2 spots into 17th. Well, a change to second place, though. New personal best from Helicopter Services sees them jump ahead of DAD Racing up onto the front row of the grid, but that does put them on the outside line. That is the trouble here. If you're obviously on an even number on the grid, you have to go into that first corner on the outside line. Sometimes you can get shuffled out wide, and that can be a bit of a hindrance to you on your pressing forward on that first lap. But given it's a 4-hour race, it's not all won on the first lap, but it can certainly all be lost on that first 740 metres of the circuit. So put yourself in a good position ready for the race start, but equally not all lost if qualifying doesn't quite go your way. New fastest lap out on circuit from GKD Racing. They drop into the 40.6s, nearly 2.5 tenths quicker than second place now, and the number 4 doesn't even feel the need to finalise the session. They've already come into the pits, and that'll be it for the number 4 in terms of their qualifying session. 30 seconds left to go. A bold strategy there from GKT, but equally with that kind of pace underneath them, I'm not sure anyone's going to be able to beat that time here in the closing laps. Now that time from Helicopter Services to put them up to second place was only 3 thousandths of a second quicker than DAD Racing. That could be a great squabble between them if we see them out on circuit side by side when we get out there and racing in only a few moments' time. New personal best from JND Racing sees them jump up onto the second row to Monkey Motorsport number 73 down onto row number 3. They finish off the session and the first to see the checkered flag out there, and they stay in P5 for the moment. DAD Racing, they cross the line, they stay in P3 we're going to see any particular movements here as the drivers finish off the 15 minutes of qualifying. It all sort of started to work itself out there in the last sort of 5 minutes, but chopping and changing. And throughout the session, huge trouble of drivers there coming through to end the session, but no one seemingly changing grid position. No one quite able to find any extra time out there over the last couple of laps, and that looks as though one more car to come across the line, being the number 238 of One Custom Motorsport Design. And that concludes 15 minutes of qualifying here for round number 8 of the Rye House Pro Karting Series, and it is the number 4 of GKD Racing who have taken pole position. 40.697, the lap time laid down by the driver of the number 4, not even feeling the need to finish the session out there on circuit. So confident with that time that they parked it up early, and seems like that was the right thing to do. Save a bit of fuel, maybe save a bit of tyres as well. Only a couple of minutes, they say that. Don't think it's going to be really here or there once we get into 4 hours of racing. But either way, they're on that pole position. Alongside them, on the front row, the number 2 of Helicopter Services, the championship leaders there, starting on that outside line. DAD Racing and JND Racing line up on the second row of the grid. And then Monkey Motorsport are on row 3, joined by your pole sitters in the Pro Class. Purple Infinity, they're on P6. Raid Racing and Alessia Prime are on row number 4. And rounding out the top 10 on row 5, 2 more of the Pro Class cars. Going Bananas and FBD Racing. They're on row number 6. We've got the last 2 cars in the Super Class. That's March Racing and Alderson Autos there on 11th and 12th respectively. Then on row number 7, we've got your pole sitter in the Clubman class, Stingray Juniors, the number 84 there on 13th. Alongside them, rivals in the Clubman class, the number 12 of Slippery Bananas. Then Dr. Autos there in 15th. Alongside them on row number 8 is Monkey Motorsport number 37. It's the Royal Navy team, the number 46 and the number 40 of Alessia on 17th and 18th respectively. And then rounding out the top 20, 207 Orange Tree Racing and BRM Racing. And 21st and 22nd, Wraith Clubman and Wraith Pro, the 2 Wraith teams, line astern there as they'll be heading down to turn 1 in only a few moments' time. Then we have RAF Falcons and Bad Racing. Then it's KTM, Cenos Clubman, and One Custom Motorsport Design, rounding out the 27-car grid here. And that was a very exciting qualifying session. I'm sure it's going to be a very exciting 4-hour race ahead. I hope you're all ready and raring to go. I certainly am up here in the commentary box. My name is John Ratcliffe. I realise I've not even introduced myself yet today. We've been cracking on with so much, not even had time. I'm really looking forward to taking you through the action here today at the Rye House Kart Raceway. Back once again for the Rye House Pro Karting Series. Of course, if you enjoy my commentary throughout the day, I'd really appreciate you dropping me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram and TikTok. Much appreciated in advance. But of course, as I say, 4 hours of racing yet to come, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be super exciting. Well, now the microphone's off for the circuit, I'll say hello to everyone on the YouTube live stream. And we've got a little camera set up here today, which is great to see as well. Mark Beaumont's done a great job to get this all sorted. And of course, there are a couple of other people as well getting it sorted. Sorry, guys, I do not know your names, but everyone's done a class job at getting that set up. Hopefully, I can guide you through the 4 hours of racing nice and succinctly, and hopefully the bandwidth stays fine and we can get everything sorted throughout today. But it's going to be a great racing. As we saw in that qualifying session, everything is super, super close out there. I'm sure that's going to continue into the on-track action over 4 hours of racing. Great to see 27 teams out there, all going at it hammer and tong around this 740-metre Rye House Kart Raceway. Well, in only a few moments' time, you'll start to see on that camera all the drivers piling out of the dummy grid, getting themselves ready on the grid out there. And then we'll crack on with 4 hours of racing. So if you're enjoying the stream, make sure you subscribe to the channel, drop a like on the video, and share it with anyone who might enjoy watching the stream from today's racing as well. As I said, to everyone on the circuit, my name's John Ratcliffe. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Have a lovely time from wherever you're watching in the world. And I'll be back shortly to guide you through that 4 hours of racing. See you soon. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. The green flag is shown on the gantry. And the drivers start the green flag lap. They'll all head round in 2x2 formation. It's your opportunity to get a bit of heat in those tyres. Not only getting your car up to speed and ready to go, but also getting yourself up to speed and ready to go. Getting in the zone, visor down, head forward. Let's get ready to go racing here for round number 8 of the Right House Pro Karting Series. To remind you, on the front of the grid, GKD Racing and Helicopter Services are on that front row. JND Racing and Monkey Motorsport just behind them. It's Purple Infinity and Wraith Racing. Alessia Prime and Going Bananas. Then FPD Racing and March Racing. They round out the top 10. And those drivers will be the ones seeing the lights turn to green first. And they'll be the ones leading us down into Stadium Bend. Well, this is it. 2 more rounds left to go. You want to be keeping it consistent throughout these 2 rounds to press on towards a championship charge. And of course, as I said earlier, you can't win it on the first lap, but you can certainly lose it. Let's hope they keep it all respectable here as we go to the start of the race. The lights turn green, and we're underway and racing here for round number 8 of the Right House Pro Karting Series. Immediately jumping across to move into the lead there are the drivers from the front row of the grid. And GKD hold on to that race lead, heading down into hairpin number 1. This is where it can get a bit feisty down to the first hairpin as they all close up. But nice, respectful racing here for the Pro Karters as they all manage to make it through. That's what you want to see on the first lap of a Pro Kart race. When you know you've got 4 hours ahead of you, you don't want to see your driver facing the wrong direction on lap number 1. But equally, this is where you're all super closed up. This is where you can make some cheeky positions early on. We'll come to the end of lap number 1 and continuing what they did in qualifying. GKD Racing already pulling out nearly a second gap over their competitors. Change the second place at the 8 of the Stadium Bend. That's a move up the inside from the 55 of JND Racing. And now look at that Helicopter Services getting forced out down at hairpin number 1. And they're not happy about that move. They've slipped down into 5th place there. That was Monkey Motorsport who dived down the inside. I believe it was the Wraith Racing car who snuck through as well on the apex. That's very close down at pylon. Very close between Helicopter Services and another kart. Helicopter nearly getting forced out wide there. Is that Alessia Prime? Yes, it is Alessia Prime who tried to stick the nose in. Bishop is the one driving the Helicopter Services car, and he's just getting a little bit steam chain here on the early few laps. It just doesn't seem like they quite have the pace to hold on to the top 4, who are already starting to scamper away, and that now means Helicopter Services are a bit of a cork in the bottle here as we head through onto lap number 3 of this race. They've got drivers queuing up behind them, trying to find a way through. At the moment, it's the Alessia Prime cars who are in that pole position to try and send a move, but they've taken a lap now, unable to get through. And of course, this is hampering their race as the rest of the drivers try and get away. They've got the inside line down to the first corner, but I don't think that the exit was quite good enough. As they head through down into Stadium Bend, they managed to do it though. They've got the move done down into Stadium Bend. And now the number 42 finds their way up into 5th place. And now we've got the turn of Purple Infinity, the number 22, the leading Pro Class car, now looking to find a way past Helicopter Services. And they've got another Pro Class car in behind them as well. They've actually got 2 of them, sorry, 11 of Going Bananas and the 95 of FPD Racing. So that Pro Class race already starting to kick off there in that secondary pack. This is the difficulty now, that time lost for Alessia Prime. Can they close down the rest of the pack? Now I can see we've got a driver going a little bit slowly there down the back straight into pylon. Is that already a mechanical issue here for one of our teams? They crawl round pylon and straight into the pit lane. So sadly, one of our team's cars already giving up the ghost. It's the number 39 of Bad Racing. Had a good little catch up with them in the paddock before the race starts, but it doesn't look like the luck is going their way today. Already going to be dropping at least a couple of laps there with a mechanical failure on lap number 4. GKD lead us through under the gantry to start lap number 5 then, and still pretty much the entire field from 5th place back line astern here as they head down into sector number 1. But a little breakaway at the front of the field going already. There's March Racing. Now, did they just make the move or are they under pressure? It's so difficult to tell out there. It's all so close. And that is the 10 of Alston Autos. So yeah, those two just battling over the last position in the top 10. Ulverston trying to see if they can find a way through. Unable to do so at the moment. Now, March Racing not quite replicating their lofty heights of last round, but still battling in there in the top 10. That's all that you need to be. Side by side into the last corner there. Down in the sort of teen positions. That's the 12 and the 83 going side by side. The 1-2-1 of RHPK Vulcans trying to make it 3 wide as they head down into the first couple of corners. And it looks like they did just that. The 40 of Alessia there on the exit, the little group ahead. They're not too happy about the battle that was going on there. That is the 46 now ahead of them, the Royal Navy team. And Dad Racing, I believe it is the 7 who have snuck through as well. So Alessia losing out big time there in the first corner, dropping from 15th down into 17th place. Clearly a bit of grieved by whatever the move was. It's ended up paying off though for the drivers who engaged in that battle, dropping Alessia down a couple of places. And of course, they're leading the championship coming into today's round. They need a good race. So although you might be losing a couple of positions early on, just keep it on circuit, keep your car feeling good and keep your car running, and maybe it'll come back to you later on in today's race. Good battle going on between these two as well. It doesn't matter where you are in the order, there's battles galore going on. The 237 and the 238, one Custom Motorsport Design and Cenos Clubman have been going side by side for I think 3 or 4 laps. They've just about settled themselves out now, with one Custom Motorsport Design finally stealing the place away. A wide moment at the final corner there. That was for the number 46 of Royal Navy. Alessia seeing if they can make the most of that one. Unable to do so this time around. They've got the 207 Orange Street Racing right in their wheel tracks as well. A little bit wide there for the Royal Navy team down a hairpin. Number 1 again opens up an opportunity for Alessia, but they're unable to make the most of it. They continue to sit behind once again the 83 of Pro. Also in their line of sight as well. Those 4 cars line astern as they head through sector number 3. But looking slightly further ahead once again, Alessia Prime have seemingly been able to close that gap to Wraith Racing. 4th and 5th, Wraith Racing and Alessia Prime respectively. Alessia looking to pile the pressure on down into hairpin number 1. Having a little fake out move to the inside. That doesn't worry the Wraith Racing car though. Continued to hold on, but there was a good few seconds in that gap, only a few laps ago, and Alessia Prime have been able to close that down pretty quickly, which leads me to believe that they'll be looking to get past pretty quickly as well, because they're not going to want these top 3 to continue to scamper away, and that's exactly what they are doing at the moment. GKD Racing still with about 8-9 tenths of a second lead over JND. However, it is JND with the fastest lap of the race so far. They're the only team who have dropped down into the 40.9s for the moment. Looks as though we've already got a cone casualty down at the exit of the pit lane. Drivers got to be careful of that. They're only getting any unnecessary penalties. You can often see those sort of things happening when we get to the closing stage of the race. The drivers find themselves feeling a little bit tired, a little bit frustrated. First few stints though, need to be keeping that consistency and not getting penalties that knock you down. You need to fight back through the rest of the race. Got services seem to have stabilised at about 6th place out there on circuit for the moment. We've seen them being hounded by Purple Infinity for the last couple of laps, but not able to find a way through. Purple Infinity still in the lead in the Pro class, and that was a cheeky move down the inside of hairpin number 1. That is the 7 of Dad Racing, getting past the number 6 of Dr. Autos. Now, I've not actually spoken to any of the team in the number 6. I'm not sure if it's Dr. Autos or DR Autos. If you want to come and let me know up in the comments box, more than welcome to come and say hello and tell me how to pronounce your team name correctly. I want to make sure I get it right, but otherwise I'm just going to go off my gut as to what I think it would be. Got a few warnings as well that have come through from those opening laps of the race. But 4 contact warnings that have come through. 1 for Monkey Motorsport number 37, 1 for Alessia Prime, 1 for the RHPK Vulcans, and 1 for Royal Navy. And then the team that hit the cone, that was the number 40 of Alessia. They've got a warning for that as well. It does look as though visually J&D Racing have closed that gap ever so slightly. GKD set their personal best on the last lap of 41.038. That personal best was still slower than J&D's last lap of the race. 0.6 seconds now the gap, and J&D finding a bit of pace that they weren't able to find in qualifying earlier on today. And could be soon see J&D challenge for the race lead. We'll keep an eye on them at the lead of the race and continue to watch as to whether that gap closes any further. There's the Monkey Motorsport 73 coming across the line in third place. Alessia Prime have got past Wraith Racing on the lap before last. So Alessia Prime hopped their way up into fourth place. Wraith Racing relegated to fifth. But it looks as though your championship leaders of helicopter services have found a bit of pace out there. They had a tough opening couple of laps, slipping down the order from second to sixth. And now they've started to gap Purple Infinity and P7, and they're all over that rear bumper of Wraith Racing now. So helicopter services trying to find their way back up into the top five here early on. Good to see that they've managed to end that negative momentum. Now they're starting to turn that around for themselves. 10 minutes of the race now completed. Drivers starting to settle in to the running order. Dan Racing seemingly doing a good job of pressing up through the order. They're in a good scrap at the moment as they head down the back straight. I believe, yes, they have indeed got past Mars Racing on this lap. So that is Dan Racing up into P11 then. Alderson Autos run away a little bit from Marsh Racing now. Alderson Autos are right in the scrap with them. Only a few laps to go. They've left them for dead. They're now onto the back of that Pro class battle. That being the 11 and the 95. That's going bananas and FBD Racing. Second and third in their class, respectively. That is the number 95. Just getting forced out wide a little bit on the exit of hairpin number 2, but knows the strategy, knows that Alderson Autos are not in their race. No point in wasting both of the teams' time. Allows Alderson Autos through as they get down towards pylon. Alderson Autos give them the thumbs up down the main straight, say thank you very much for holding us up as we press up through the field. Alderson Autos trying to get through this gaggle of Pro class cars. They'll hope to hook onto the back of helicopter services who are at the back of the top 6 that are all in that super class. Wasn't new fastest lap on the last lap from J&D Racing of 40.874, and now consistently in the 40s, another 40.9 on the last lap. The only problem is that GKD Racing have now found their pace once again as well. GKD Racing now also lapping consistently in the 40.9, so it looks as though that gap between the leaders has stabilised at around 0.6 of a second, and that's going to be the difficulty. Because even if they can catch them up, have they not quite got enough pace to maybe think about a move? Or will then strategy come into play? They can push each other around the circuit, at least the opening stint or two, gain that bit of a gap over the rest of the competition, then leave the racing to get into the race. Well, personal best from both cars on that last lap of 40.8 for GKD, but J&D jumped down into the 40.7s. So another 10th of a second taken out on the gap there in the lead of the race. It's now half a second separating those two, and they've also got themselves coming up on a back marker as well. The 238 and one custom motorsport design. I've also not noticed that we've had Cenos Clubman, the 237 have come into the pits as well. That must have been only a lap or two after I was watching them having that match with one custom design. They came in about 8 or 9 laps ago with Cenos Clubman. They've not yet re-emerged. Can't see them in the dummy grid either, which leads me to believe it's possibly a a rather large issue there because Casino Scotland, same for Bad Racing as well, who we've not seen since lap number 4 out there on circuit. Up in the air there for the 33 of BRM Racing. They're unsure of something or not happy with the move that was made. I'm not sure. I only just looked down as they were showing their frustration. So they're right on the tail of KTM there. They're in 23rd and 24th respectively, those two cars. New personal best on the last lap from Alessia Prime. They're doing a good job of closing the gap down to Monkey Motorsport in 3rd place in class. I can see the two leaders have managed to get through on the back marker, and now JND Racing right on the bumper of the leaders. GKD Racing and JND Racing, now will they go into battle here? As they come through on the live stream, they come through your camera shot now. There are the two leaders through on to lap number 23 of this race. We're already 15 minutes in. We've got a lot more laps to come though, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, to remind you, if you're watching here at the circuit, we do have a YouTube live stream currently running for this race. So if you've got anyone who's back at home or wherever they are in the world who's unable to make it down to the Right House Kart Raceway here for today's action, make sure you send them the link to the live stream. It's over on the RHPK YouTube channel. So if you just search RHPK on YouTube, it should come straight up for you. Well, no moves just yet between the two leaders. JND may be biding their time as they lost just a 10th or so on the last lap to the leaders. There's the move from BRM. It's a late move down at hairpin number 2. They're going side by side with KTM on the exit. A little bit half-hearted that move there from the 33, and they have to relinquish the position once again. It's only going to be maybe 10 or 15 laps until they find their metaphorical units full of the leaders as well. Still, the driver of the 33 BRM race is still not very happy with the 77 of KTM. But if it's that for that move down at hairpin number 2, which is a little bit too half-hearted from BRM there, need to get themselves a little bit further alongside as they get to the exit of the braking zone. So this time they go to the outside, try the up and under on the exit, and that one should work as they head down towards final, although they will be forced to the outside line. Will they be able to hold it? KTM good in the room, and that's moved on then for BRM Racing. KTM looking to get the switch back on the exit, but that won't work down to the last corner. Be move made for BRM. KTM looking to get it on the exit though, getting very close, nearly getting chucked into the wall there on the inside. This is from the 23rd, but it's still hotting up there between these two cars. We'll try and keep an eye on them as the leaders come through the camera shot once again. They now find themselves with a decent little gap though. Monkey Motorsport, the number 73, still holding on to 3rd place. But that gap over Alessia Prime now only 0.2 of a second as they start lap number 26 of this race. Alessia Prime will be looking to do a similar job to what they did to the racing cars a number of laps ago now. Quickly dispatch of Monkey Motorsport and see if they can start closing the gap to the two leaders. On that last lap though, what's the gap now? The two leaders are almost 6 seconds ahead of that battle for 3rd place. Already putting a nice bit of breathing room between themselves and the rest of the drivers in their class. Helicopter Services still unable to find a way through on Rake Racing. They've been line astern for a number of laps now. Here could be the move for 3rd place though. Down the inside go Alessia Prime. And down at hairpin 1, the 42 moves their way up into the podium positions. No real attempt to fight back there from the Monkey Motorsport 73 car. They know that they've been reeled in over the last 10 or 15 laps. The right idea to bet in for the long ball there behind the number 43 of Alessia Prime. Sorry, the number 42, apologies Alessia Prime. Bet in behind them, try and get some good pace underneath them. See if they can tag along as Alessia Prime try and close down the leaders. Alessia Prime, the only other cars other than our two leaders, who have gone down into the 40s for the moment. 40.979, sorry, I tell a lie. Dan Racing as well in 11th place, also in the 40s. A 40.918 for Dan Racing. It's actually it's the third fastest time of the race for Dan Racing so far. So they're doing a good job of running through the order so far, Dan Racing. Let's get back up the grid positions for this one. Dan Racing, on my low timing for the starting grid, look to have started dead fast for this. Can now find their way through on FPD Racing. So Dan Racing up into the top 10 then. Still no officially updated qualifying, sadly, on the Alpha timing results. We're going off my picture of the live timing after the session. That's 27th to 10th here in about 28, 29 laps. That's very impressive from Dan Racing. Currently sitting 8th place in class for number 7. I've just got a contact warning though, I assume for that move on FBD Racing on the last lap of the race. They're just needing to be a little bit careful still. That's the trouble when you're trying to come through the pack. Not only have you got to make those moves quickly and gain positions, you've also got to do it cleanly and not gain yourself some penalties. The 238 is making life very interesting for the drivers in behind them. They're going to be 3 wide on the exit. That's going to get super close for the number 84, is that? Yeah, Zingway Juniors, your leaders in the couple of classes, they're nearly 4 wide on the back straight. Oh my goodness. This is not the widest of circuits, and they've just made it 4 wide on the back straight. Somehow, they're all still facing the right direction as we come down into sector number 3. And I think that's caused it to change up a little bit in that area of the grid. Of course, the 238, there's no blue flags, there's no need to move over. But yes, in Juniors, they've lost out massively from that. They dropped 3 places overall, from 13 to 16, and they've lost the class lead to Dr. Autos. So the number 6 jumps up a place to 13 and takes the class lead for themselves due to Sigray Juniors is getting held up there on the exit of hairpin number 1 by the back marker. So momentary chaos there in the mid-back. Managed to sort themselves out now. It's March Racing, who are a bit of a cork in the bottle there for that little gaggle. So soon. Someone driving the 53 at March Racing. Currently sitting in 9th place in the super class of March Racing. And we've got the 6 of Dr. Autos there leading the clubman class. Then the 46 of Royal Navy. Monkey Motorsport in one of the pro classes, so that's number 37 of Motorsport. Then Stingray Juniors, Raven Pro, and Alessia. All those drivers in one train. Great to see. Well, here is the interesting part, and it's a change. It's changed for the lead. It's changed on the last lap, and the 55 has managed to get through. So JMD Racing are to following for lap after lap, have managed to get through. This is going to be difficult though. Round the outside down into Pylon, it's not going to happen. KTM holding up the 2 leaders there through into sector number 3. And they get into the final corner. JMD just about managed to muscle their way through. A little bit easier for the number 4 there on the corner exit, but that is a change for the overall lead there. The 55 of JND Racing side their way through and take the overall race lead away from the number 4 of GKD Racing. Knew they were going to come up on that battle between the BRM Racing and the KTM Racing cars. Knew that was going to happen soon enough. When it did, I thought they may cause some trouble, especially with KTM there getting properly involved. But not quite happening this time. That's going to be forced out really wide. So I'm turning my attention back to this huge gaggle in the mid-pack here. Looks as though Marsh Racing, the 46 of Royal Navy, able to just scamper away from the rest of that pack now as Royal Navy have got through on Dr. Autos for 13th place overall on that last lap. Dr. Autos still leading the class though. And as those two begin to break away, Dr. Autos now at the front of the next train. They've got Monkey Motorsport 37 and Ray Pro right in the wheel tracks though. Is that a bit of contact? Yes it is! Contact out the corner, March Racing are off! 3 wide on the corner exit. That's going to chop and change things to head down to hairpin number 1. It was almost more contact into the barrier on the outside there. Dr. Auto's not happy about that one, as they nearly get forced into the barrier on the exit of hairpin number 1. So that was contact between March Racing and the Royal Navy squad on the exit of Stadium Bend. That sent them both off. And luckily, they both somehow managed to miss the barriers on the inside of Reg's elbow. But that's lost March Racing a few places. They dropped 6 places because of that incident, down into P18 for March Racing. Dr. Auto trying to send a move out late. Dr. Auto collected 2 other Clubman drivers. Picking off down at hairpin number 1, that was Dr. Auto, who's going for a bit of a late move there down the inside. Honestly, a bit luckily for them, they managed to sort of collect the 2 other drivers in their class. I think they managed to hold on to the class lead, but I'm honestly not really sure. Let's see as they come through to start another lap then. March Racing can make their way back to the front of the queue. How has that happened? It's the 1-2-1 between the 207 and Orange Shoe Racing. The 207 Orange Shoe Racing squad who have made up from that one. They've been very lucky, gaining 3 places. They're up to the lead in the Clubman class. So 207 through into the lead in Clubman. Then you've got the 1-2-1. Hopkins now in 2nd place. 207 looking to try and make a move now on March Racing. They're not quite going to get the exit down into pylon. It's not going to work that time. But they have really been the beneficiaries there of a lapse in judgment from Dr. Autos. Dr. Autos already looking to try and make those places back now. So we now have effectively the top 7 in the Clubman class all in a train now. This is ridiculous. More moves going on in front of them as well. I don't even know where to look, ladies and gentlemen. That's one of the race cars. The 83 of Race Pro and the 37 Monkey Motorsport car dueling it out through sector number 2. I think it's gone the way of Race Pro. So they're up into 13th place then with that move made down at hairpin number 2. But they were chopping and changing throughout that last lap, and Monkey Motorsport getting their head down already, trying to see if they can make the re-overtake work onto this next lap. Well, I did say earlier on this morning that I heard last round was some incredibly good racing, and I was hoping that would continue on to today. Well, it certainly has. My goodness. This has been the most exciting first 30 minutes of an RHPK round that I can remember. Constant battles going on. Squabble between the Clubman cars is still not stopping out there, to say the least. Great Broke trying to make a little bit of a gap now on the Monkey Motorsport 37 squad. March Racing still benefiting massively from that incident from Dr. Autos, still leading this next train of cars, but 207 Orange Shoe Racing all over their rear bumper trying to find a way past. Dr. Autos have managed to clear the RAF Vulcan team once again, so Dr. Autos running their way back into 17th place. They had a very impressive round last round. P2 overall in qualifying, unbelievable. So only 10th off a pole position. Impressive so far today as well. Leading the class throughout this race, of course, an incident dropping the back of us slightly back into P2 now, fully focused on chasing down Orange Shoe Racing. And they've nearly done that, the 207 squad. Getting closed down now as they've been unable to find a way past March Racing. And behind the RAF Vulcans have the 82 of Rick Clubman for company. There's a big move down at hairpin number 2 as well. That's Alessia down the inside of Slippery Bananas. They should get a good enough run out of hairpin number 2 as well to make the move work. So that's your class championship leaders, Alessia, up into the top 20. Noticed outside the window as well that we've changed for 5th place as well. Helicopter services have managed to get through on the racing cars, relegating that number 81 down into P6 on track at the moment. They've now got the leaders in the Pro Class Purple Infinity right on their rear bumper. Purple Infinity know it's not their race. However, if they feel that they've got a bit more pace, they need to make the move done as soon as possible, so you're losing as little time as possible. It's only really a corner between themselves and 2nd and 3rd in class. And being going bananas in FPD Racing. FPD Racing managed to get past KTM there on track. Of course, not a battle for position. There's a move down ahead in number 1. Bit close on the exit as well. Move made there by Brave Pro on the Royal Navy squad. I'm talking bits, aren't I? Sorry, I'm getting confused between. We've got another raid car and an RAF car. Sorry, it was the raid clubman who have got through on the RAF Balkans. So that's the 3rd place in class. Alessia trying to squeeze through on the exit, unable to get the run though. They have to sit back once again. Now though, looking feisty as they head down towards Stadium Bend. Not quite able to chuck it up the inside this time though. Alessia needing to rethink that one. Down to happen 1 though, late on the brakes of Alessia, down the inside, and again a carbon copy of the move done on the last lap. Once again, relegates the RAF Balkans down another place, this time down into P5 in class, and that'll be P20 on the road. Quick glance back to your leaders out there, they're still absolutely line astern. You could have fit a piece of paper between them out there on circuit, and that's how it's been for the 45 laps that we're now about to have completed in this race. Over 30 minutes of racing completed out there of this 4-hour endurance race. Of course, don't forget, we've got all this battling going on out on circuit, but we've also got strategy still to come into play here. That's all. That was a close one, going 2x2 round the back marker. Alessia Prime and the Monkey Motorsport 73. Bold moves down there in hairpin number 1. Alessia went to the inside. Monkey Motorsport went to the outside. And they just about made it work. Neither of them finding the grass on the exit. Both continuing on. Still Monkey Motorsport right on the wheel tracks of Alessia Prime. As the top 2 continue to scamper away. What's that gap now? 10 seconds. The gap between our top 2 and our 3rd and 4th. So that gap just continuing to extend between our leading couplets. Bit of a wide moment out the final corner from the number 55. I'm not sure if it's going to quite open up a move for GKD in behind. It won't this time around. Sitting back into it and continuing on. That's not the name on the back of that suit. I believe it's a Tim Wilson Motorsport suit there, the driver of the number 4 of GKD. Then Helicopter Services, are they closing in on 3rd and 4th place now? A gap about 3 seconds between Helicopter Services and 5th. Alessia Prime and Monkey Motorsport 73. Keep an eye on that gap, see if that starts to close in over the second 30 minutes of this race. Still gutted to see that our 2 mechanical failures so far in this race, Sinos Clubman and Bad Racing, still not back out on circuit, sadly for them. Hopefully we see them soon enough, but at this point I'm not holding out much hope. At least when they do make it out, unlikely to be gaining any positions, but of course made it all its way. Even if you're not going to get a good place, you might as well use the track time that you paid for. Get some practice out there. Of course, the leaders won't be too happy with that, but who cares about that? Let's move down the inside. 207 RHPK Racing finally making it work on March Racing. Down at hairpin number 1. They made it stick on the exit as well. So 207 RHPK Racing holding on to the leading class and now putting a cart in between themselves and Dr. Autos. 207 Orange Street up into 15th overall then. March Racing slipping down to P16. Dr. Autos now find themselves looking to try and get past the 53 as well. Going back as well, RAF Vulcan's gained a spot on the last up to P18, so the Slippery Bananas to P19. It was Ray Clubman who lost a couple of places. Try and look back to them as there's the leaders now coming through, actually, that gaggle I'm just talking about. 55 manages to get through on the 84 of Singray Juniors. However, the 4 of GKD not able to do so. The 84 slows down on the back straight, but that was at least a few tenths of a second there lost for GKD Racing. Although that might not seem significant, you never know. When you come into the latter parts of the race, you can always think, oh, what if this didn't happen? What if this didn't happen? I'll be hoping to close back down that gap once again. Super close. There was about thousands in it between there and that time to the last couple of laps between JND and GKD. Still super close racing at the front of the order. Still, even after 35 minutes of racing, there's only 3 gaps out there on circuit that are bigger than 10 seconds. The gap between GKD Racing and Alessia Prime in second and third is over 10 seconds. And then we got the gaps down between 21st, 22nd and 23rd, all at about 11, 12 seconds as well. So close to the rest of the drivers. Next biggest gap is only 5 seconds. I believe that's separating FPE Racing and Royal Navy in 11th and 12th, yes it is. 5 seconds between them. The rest of the drivers were separated by mostly less than a second. Which just shows why people love racing in the Right House Pro Karting Series so much. It doesn't matter where you sort of are in terms of pace and in terms of experience in pro karting, you're always going to be able to find someone to race against. Now that's not gone ideally there for second place at number 4 GKD. They sent it down the inside at hairpin number 1. Went a little bit deep. There was a bit of a fight back there from the RF Falcons. They managed to get through hairpin number 2, but I want to say that's another around a half a second loss there for the number 4. That's just giving a bit more breathing room to your leaders. JND Racing, what's that gap now between JND and GKD? Yeah, 3/4 of a second now between the 55 and the number 4. So it doesn't matter if you're really good on pace. You need to, if you're wanting to lead the way in a race like this, an endurance race such as this, you need to be able to pick through those back markers concisely. Now, of course, you can be as good as you want at picking through the back markers, but sometimes things can just happen. You catch them at the wrong point in the circuit. And if your rival has already managed to slip through at an easier point earlier on in the lap, can really hamper you. Sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles in endurance racing. Now we have a spin down at hairpin number 1. That's the 33. The BRM Racing squad in 22nd place. They've slowed down. They've let those 2 drivers through. Now is there a problem? Yes, there's a problem. Big problem for the number 33. The BRM Racing squad might be out of this race. The driver is up and out of the car. Oh, we've got an engine off, is it? I can see her trying to turn the engine back on there at hairpin number 2. Now, has she managed to be able to do so? We have yellow flags out to hairpin 2. She crawls back away, and we'll wait and see if the BRM squad pull back into the pits, or whether they were able to get that engine restarted. They crack on. They do continue past the pit lane, so good to see clear just the engine stopping there because of the rotation down at hairpin number 1. Just a small mistake like that can have huge consequences in racing such as this. They managed to get a warning for their troubles as well at BRM Racing. She likely for getting out of the car was probably the warning for that one. Hairpin number 2. And the drivers use all of that space on the exit there. They wouldn't be expecting a car to be right on the exit point. And it's a position lost there for BRM Racing. Managed to get through. Hold on a second, Alessia coming to the pits. I missed that. So Alessia have dropped down a couple of positions. Now I'm trying to keep an eye out, as I try and do during these RHPK races, and mark down who's done what pit stops. I think I might have missed one. I'm trying to see how far they are off the gap. I think they're enough off there, but I can assume there's been a pit stop, and I don't know whether they've done a fuel stop or not. Equally, that doesn't matter. The only ruling is 3 mandatory pit stops throughout the 4-hour race. Now, I know I can see some of the Alessia team down in the dummy grid there. Not sure if any of them can give me a thumbs up as to whether they have or not done a pit stop out there as of yet. Yes, okay, thank you very much. So Alessia have completed the pit stop. I wondered why they might have lost a little bit of time out there on circuit. Thank you for that though, Team Alessia. I will mark that down on my little spreadsheet. 1 stop completed then for the Alessia squad. Of course, I'll be wanting to have everything going smoothly out there on circuits. Being the championship leaders heading into this round, they're the ones with the pressure on them to perform out there on circuit today. And yes, I remember that driver being in the pit lane. So Alessia have indeed completed 1 driver change so far in this race. Relatively short first stint for the first driver. See how their pace continues now that they find themselves in a little bit of free air out there on circuit, at least in terms of track position. I've got the KTM just in front of them, but I think that's a lap behind them now. Great consistency now from GKD Racing. They have the fastest lap. Only 8 thousandths of a second quicker than the fastest lap of JND Racing. The last lap consistently in the 40.7s once again. That lap a little bit slower, dropping into the 41s, but a 40.9 from JND as well. So all remaining relatively similar between those 2 leaders. As March Racing still managing to keep Dr. Autos in behind. Just as I say that, Dr. Auto is getting a great switchback out of hairpin number 2. They're going to try and hold it around the outside down into pylon, but that doesn't quite work out. Up and under once again on the exit of pylon. March Racing give them the room on the outside. But it's a tough one to complete there down into the final corner. Dr. Auto is unable to do it. The problem for them is it's a battle on circuit for 16th place, however, not a battle for class. The class leaders are starting to pull away. The 207 OHG Racing squad have already extended that gap by a good second or 2 now. So really, Dr. Autos need to get this move done as soon as they can to try and nullify the gap that's been broken away by 207 OHG Racing. We're almost at 45 minutes of this race completed now. Every 2 leaders trying to find a way through on Team Alessia. Alessia making it quite easy for them down at Stadium Bend. The right thing to do as they settle into this second stint of the race. Can't see anyone else getting ready to get in the cars though. Something for that early driver change strategy. This was done by Team Alessia. Everyone else going a little bit longer in this first stint before they come into the pits, chuck a new driver in, potentially waiting to do a fuel stop. Trying to see if they can run those tanks right to the bottom, extend that first in as much as possible. Full tank in that opening pit stop of the race. So 0.3 of a second separating your 2 leaders out there on circuit. Now what's the gap? Back to 3rd place of Alessia Prime. That's now at 12 seconds, the gap between secondary pack and your 2 leaders. But less than 0.2 of a second still between Alessia Prime and the Monkey Motorsport 73 squad. Those 2 have been pretty inseparable after the 42 of Alessia Prime closed them down and managed to get past. Helicopter Services find themselves back into P6 now. As unbeknownst to me, I've not even noticed Dan Racing. Last time I noticed that they were in P10, they managed to scamper all the way through into 5th place now. So number 7 of Dan Racing, at least on my belief from my qualifying stats that I've got, up 22 spots so far in this race. Impressive stuff for the number 7. They are still 3rd fastest out there on the circuit. All of the top 6 now have set laps down in the 40s. 40.7 for both JND and GPT, 40.8 for Dan Racing, and a 40.9 for Alexia Prime, Monkey Motorsport 73, and Helicopter Services. Third and fourth place been able to clear the 82 of Ray Clubman, and they're in a bit of no man's land now, after being involved in that insane battle just ahead of them only a few laps ago. They've all managed to settle themselves in a little bit. These three still battling well. I think that was the back marker getting overtaken. This is, I want to say, Going Bananas or the Slippery Bananas? The Slippery Bananas squad battling with the 1-2-1. It's that of RAF Vulcans. Yes, it is. They've made the move. And it's them making the move. Slippery Bananas taking away a podium in class then from the RAF Vulcans on that last lap. 12 up to 18th place, the 1-2-1 slipping down to P19. Just ahead of them, changed to 12th place on that last lap as well. Pro getting through the Royal Navy squad. That is for 4th place in the Pro class. Still, lots of squabbling going out there on circuit at the moment. As I mentioned, biggest movers being Dan Racing, up 22 spots so far in this race. But also a shout out to Ray Pro, up 9 places so far in this one. Up from 21st to 12th in only the first 45 minutes of this race. Still those few warnings though coming out for a few teams. We just had another contact warning come through, this time for the 22 of Purple Infinity. And they're right in the wheel tracks of Wraith Racing, only in the battle for 7th place as they head through hairpin number 2 at the moment. Whether that move would have been on a back marker, potentially the 33 of BRM Racing. But that was battling with Wraith Racing. Not so sure about, but either way, what's on the last lap of the race? Either way, they do need to be a little bit careful. They're leading the class. You don't want to give yourself a silly penalty out there on track. So, as I mentioned, 45 minutes of the race done and dusted then. Still squabbling very well. They're starting to settle into a bit of a rhythm now, finding their positions out there on circuit as to where they should maybe be. So there we see the move. Purple Infinity get it done then on the 81 of Wraith Racing. And Purple Infinity put yet another kart between themselves and second in class Going Bananas. Up to P7 overall go Purple Infinity, continuing their fantastic form the second part of the season here in the Rye House Pro Karting Series. And as we close in towards 1 hour left to go in this race, I can only imagine we'll soon be seeing some more pit stops start to play out. As we see more squabbling going on, still drivers trying to make their way through a few back markers. Celestia Prime and Monkey Motorsport 73 now closing in on a couple of the Clubman cars. But as I mentioned, closing in on 1 hour to go then. It's also speedy trying to get this live stream sorted for this race. I wasn't quite able to have any lunch myself, so I'm going to take a couple of minutes just to try and chow down on a sandwich and keep an eye on the racing action going on out there on circuit. Yet to see any drivers getting suited and booted and ready for those second stints. I think a lot of drivers playing that strategy well and trying to see if they can run those tanks dry before heading in for the first round of pit stops. So only 5 more minutes then until we go towards 1 hour completed here of round number 8 of the Right House Pro Karting Series. We did see one pit stop while I was away. The 81 of Wraith Racing came in to complete their first stop. Same driver though, jumped out and jumped back into the kart to crack on with a bit of a double stint. It was a little, what word to use? Maybe not quite coming to a complete stop before entering the dummy grid, but I'm not a steward, so I'm not going to say anything further than that. But we're rather quick down the dummy grid. We'll wait and see. It was a good start nonetheless. They managed to come back out relatively well in 15th place overall. Still ahead of March Racing. I don't believe have yet completed a pit stop there. Next drivers in the super class. Mostly the race continuing as we had left it. Now, lovely to have Mr. Beaumont's son Riley join me up in the comms box. Spotted that Dr. Autos managed to get through on March Racing. So that's for 16th place overall then. It would have meant that they then had no one in between themselves and the class leaders, the equivalent of 207 Orange Tree Racing, but Wraith Racing come back out of the pits right in between the two of them. So a bit of an annoyance there for the number 6 of Dr. Autos, as they're now having a lap put on them by the 42 of Valencia Prime and the 73 Monkey Motorsport cars. A bit of argy-bargy there, heading down towards hairpin number 2. As Dr. Autos tries to continue on their good momentum on the corner exit, bumping into the back of the 73 of Monkey Motorsport. We suffer a silly mechanical issue from reasons like that, but these cars pretty bomb-proof, to be fair, as an overall statement in terms of Robin's racing. But the drivers in 3rd and 4th managing to get through and put another lap on some more cars. So they're coming up on the back of the 81 of Wraith Racing. Then it's the 207 Orange Tree Racing car in their line of sight. Now, gap between those two and the two leaders now climbing all the way to almost 18 seconds now out there on circuit. Whether there is a genuine truce between the two leaders or they just happen to not be quite close enough to battle at all, it's working very well for them. Pressing on and making a very nice gap out there on circuit. I don't want to quite call it a full pit stop, but we're not too far off of just a straight driver change. But as we mentioned, I think they'll all be running to the last possible opportunity to then chuck some fuel in that first pit stop. Now, just starting to see some murmurings down in the dummy grid. A few drivers getting ready to go, some weights and seats being brought out from the awnings. Potentially, we're going to start seeing the first round of pit stops properly kick off. And this is where the order will start to be shuffled up ever so slightly. A couple of contact warnings going out while we were away as well. One for the number 7 of Dan Racing, 5th place at the moment. I think that's their second one so far this race. They do need to be a bit careful. Yeah, second one so far in the race. And then one as well, just coming through on the last lap, the 84 of Stingray Juniors. They're in 20th place overall at the moment. Still, 4 drivers line astern. March Racing, Slippery Bananas, RAF Falcons, Stingray Juniors, all with about 2 seconds in between them, despite being nearly 1 hour into this race. Those 4 line astern for position. There's Dan Racing putting a lap on Team Alessia as they come down into the first corner, and there is that group of 4 coming through your camera shot and down into Stadium Bend. RAF Falcons under a bit of pressure down into the first hairpin. For Stingray Juniors unable to make the move stick, but maybe this is where they managed to get that contact warning earlier on, trying to find a way through on RAF Falcons. Unable to make it work at the moment though. Sit back and rethink that one. So So, as we tick over, 1 hour completed here of round number 8 of the Right House Pro Karting Series. Let's run you through the running order before we see a few drivers heading down into the pit lane. So, leaders still, JMD Racing ahead of GKD Racing. Your top 3 finalised by Alessia Prime, but still, they've got Monkey Motorsport 73 right in their wheel tracks in 4th place. Dan Racing up 22 places in this race so far, up into P5. And then Helicopter Services there in P6 at the moment. Purple Infinity lead the Pro class in 7th place overall, with Orbison Autos, Going Bananas and FPD Racing rounding out the top 10. Going Bananas and FPD Racing being 2nd and 3rd in that Pro class. Behind them, Wraith Pro, Royal Navy, then Monkey Motorsport 37, then in 14th overall, 207 Orange Tree Racing, your leaders in the Clubman class, as we head over 1 hour completed. Behind them, Wraith Racing, then in Dr. Auto, 2nd in the Clubman class there in 16th place. Then Mars Racing in 17th, Slippery Bananas finalising the current podium in the Clubman class there in 18th place. They've still got RF Falcons and Stingray Juniors right behind them. They're in 19th and 20th respectively. Then behind them, Wraith Clubman, Alessia, BRM Racing, KTM, the top 24. One Custom Motorsport Design seem to be into the pit lane. Now they're completing their first pit stop of the race. And looks as though, have they changed drivers or did they keep the same driver in? Not quite sure there, but either way, One Custom Motorsport Design with 1 pit stop completed. We'll mark that on my little spreadsheet. Sadly, Seados Clubman and Bad Racing, I was about to say most of that other race, Bad Racing still haven't got past lap number 3 in this race. I saw Seados Clubman out momentarily. They had to then come back in, had to handle the rest in seemingly another mechanical issue. They're back out on circuit once again, are Seados Clubman. So they're in 26th place, rounding out the 26 runners that we still have out there on circuit. Here come Alessia in once again. It's their 2nd pit stop of the day. And yet another driver change for the number 40. They head back out onto the circuit. Nice tidy pit stop there from Alessia. That's 2 of the 3 pit stops already completed for Alessia. We're only 1 hour into this race. Could we see an interesting strategy from Team Alessia? Maybe 2 very long next couple of stints to bring them back into the hunt for the round win. Of course, Alessia being your championship leaders in the Clubman class coming into today's racing. Another team down into the fuel bay. It was that's come into the pit lane, and we'll wait and see as they head down the dummy grid towards my commentary box. Looks to be a driver waiting in the wings to hop in. Is that another stop hot? Is that stop for the same team or is that just a similar number team? It's the 2, 3, 8. And that is one Custom Motorsport Design. Did they not just do a pit stop only a couple of moments ago? Either way, this time, driver change being completed. One Custom Motorsport Design. This time they did fuel as well, so maybe it's the fuel lane and the last time around and had to head back out. The 238 gets the engines back on the way, gets back out on circuit. At least I believe that's their now 2nd pit stop of them, about 2 laps really. Driver change completed. We'll mark that down on the spreadsheet. But there we are then. Still, drivers taking it even further than this. 1 hour and 5 minutes completed. A lot of drivers have now spent 1 hour and 5 minutes in the kart. Really impressive stuff to keep that level of consistency and keep the focus out there on track. It's so easy once you've been in a kart for this long to just let that focus slip a little bit, and that's when those silly mistakes just start to creep in. You find yourself making one small lapse in judgment, and that just can be 10, 20, 30 seconds away that you've worked so hard to make up throughout the rest of your 1 hour stint. Sadly, I can still see the 39 Bad Racing car up on its car stand at the moment, having the drivers working on it. Hello down there. Hello, hello. It's a shame to see you guys not out on track. Hopefully back out soon though. We're praying for you to be back out and get some more laps around the circuit. But now I know that you can hear me, I'm sorry to say you are now 92 laps down, guys. Little celebration. We were hoping it would go a little bit better than that today, but clearly your car decided you didn't want to go any further early on this one. Still, as it has been for the rest of this race then, still less than half a second between JND and GKD at the front of the order. Gap though between Alessia Prime and Monkey Motorsport 73, finally extending ever so slightly, 2.5 seconds now the gap between those two. They have been line astern for the rest of the race, and Monkey Motorsport still continue to find themselves in a battle. It's Dad Racing who have closed up on them though now. DAD, number 7, within 0.6 of a second now. As that was a little bit wide there for March Racing down at hairpin number 1. I didn't quite see how that one started. I only saw them rejoin from the exit there. Did they drop away there on the outside? Did they make a mistake or were they pushed? Not 100% sure, but either way there must have been a time because of that one. See as they come through to end another lap. Leaders, JND Racing getting a contact warning. They need to be a bit careful as they pick their way through the back markers. Less than a 10th of a second between themselves and GKD as they crossed the line last time around. They're closer than ever in the lead of this race. So I can't even see them out track. There they are coming down towards hairpin number 1. To remain consistent is one thing, and to remain consistent when you're in the lead of the race and you know you've got P2 right in your wheel tracks is something else. So fair play to the driver, the number 55, not cracking under the pressure at all, holding on to that lead still, and still putting in consistently fast pace out there on circuit. Services find themselves under pressure here for 6th place on the road. Short Purple Infinity dispatch of another one of our superclass cars earlier on in this race, Force Autos, and now they're looking to find a way through on the number 2 of Helicopter Services. Championship leaders, we heard in the drivers' briefing earlier on, they've already agreed to have last round as the drop round because they're having none of their drivers that they had originally at the start of the season in the car for that round. So that means that's the drop round, that is it now. This round is going to count, and it's not exactly going to plan out there on circuit so far today. It's 6th place overall at the moment. This could drop them to P7, and if my memory serves me correctly, points are still done on overall finishing position, not in terms of your class finishing position out there, which of course is really how it should be done, because if you're in set proper class, you end up finishing in the top 10. The next couple of drivers down in P20 something, rather than getting 2 more points ahead of them, you should be rewarded for your fast pace. Equally, if there's that much of a difference, maybe they should think about moving you up a class. But either way, your efforts to get up that high in the overall order should be rewarded. And so with Purple Infinity trying to get through on Helicopter Services, that would gain them more points ahead of the next rivals in the Pro Class. That would lose Helicopter Services some points as well, that we know it's going to count towards the championship standings. And that's exactly what has happened. Purple Infinity have got through on Helicopter Services. Hold on, have they come into the pits? Yes, they have. So Helicopter Services, making that first pit stop there. They head into the fuel bay. Let's see how that one plays out into the rest of the race. All right, one pit stop done for them. Fuel stop completed. Now, Alessia, I think that well, let's have that in. I've managed to forget to do this. And we saw fuel go in for the one custom motorsport design as well. Did the racing car have a fuel stop as well? I can't remember. Anyway, not a huge issue because we know it only matters that you complete 3 pit stops. No matter how much you fuel away, you do the fuel stops. There's no real issue. Well, first driver out of the car. So Bishop has completed his stint for the number 2 of helicopter services. New driver out in the car. They rejoin down in 21st place overall. So a lot to do there. Driver in the helicopter services car, but they'll be hoping that the undercut here pays off a little bit. Maybe a bit of time is gained as the rest of the drivers come in for their pit stops later on in this opening stint of the race. But that frees up not only a position but also a bit of air out there on circuit as they drop away from P6. That gives that free space to Purple Infinity. We also saw in the last couple of laps Dan Racing making up another place out there on circuit. They dispatched the number 73 of Monkey Motorsport. It's their sister team now make up a place for themselves. Monkey Motorsport 37 get through on Royal Navy, but that is because Royal Navy are into the pit lane. So Royal Navy completing their first fuel stop as well. I think we have well and truly reached the first round of pit stops. So the 46 on them as having completed the stop. Their fuel going into their cars. They've been running well so far in this race. They were in P11 when they made the stop. That was P5 in the pro class. Now, as well as helicopter service, we hope that this slightly earlier pit stop than their rivals plays into their favour later on in the race. What car is that up on the park stand? Have we got another team dropping down the order? Or is another team rejoining the race? Is that the number 39? I think it is. Hey, they're back into the dummy grid, and we might see Bad Racing back out on track. Speaking of back out on track, there go Royal Navy. They rejoin only just behind helicopter services. There's Alderson Autos making a move on the newly rejoining Royal Navy squad. I want to say they did complete a driver change as well, but not that down. I didn't quite see it as I was so focused on the Bad Racing crew making their way down into the pit lane. That's all they're right in the middle as well though. Watch out, watch your backs as another car comes through to the end of the pit lane. The 83 completing their pit stop. And is that the leader? Yes, it is. JND Racing from the lead of the race are into the pits then. Right, let's plot this down. 83 of Raid Pro in and completed their first pit stop. But the leaders, the 55, are in for a fuel stop. So from the lead of the race, this is big then. Driver out of the car, what a stellar stint for the driver of the number 55. Not cracking under the pressure, hands over to his teammate as he heads back out on circuit. Now JND Racing rejoining in 10th place overall. Now this is where it's going to be really key, of course, pitting. There was only about maybe half a second between the two leaders. It'll be so key as to where the 55 is released back into. Have they got a bit of free air? No, they haven't. They're right in with Alessia Prime. But of course, Alessia Prime are almost a lap ahead now. Being right behind them, they're effectively nearly a lap ahead. But if Alessia Prime can get through, this could be a massive hold-up to the 55. Will they work together though? Let's wait and see. This could be a huge benefit, also potentially a huge negative for the 55. If Alessia Prime decide to fight, this could lose them lots of time and could lose them the lead of the race. But if Alessia Prime just sit back and push them along, this could be a real help to the 55. Let's wait and see how this one plays out then. I can only imagine that second place, well, effective now leaders, GKD Racing, will want to push this first in a little bit longer now. This is that the 2-3-7 squad. So Senos Clubman back into the pits yet again, sadly for them. And they're back up on the car stand as well. Here is another driver into the pit. This being the 33, is that? No, it's not. The 83, sorry. My eyes deceiving me. Race Pro. Are they into the pits yet again? Is that another driver change? I'm well confused. I thought they just got a pit stop. I'm going crazy now. Right, this is full pit stop pandemonium now, as we've got everyone down into the pits. I said that is second pit stop, then it must have been the 81. I must be getting them confused who've been in before. There's number 4. Right, this is it. This is the battle for the lead. The GKD squad are into the pits. GKD complete their fuel stop. They're going to be doing the driver change as well, I believe, at the end of the pit lane. They're being held. They are being held at the end of the pit lane. What's going on? The 4 exits the pit lane then, back out onto the circuit, but very, very far behind JND Racing. And so it was a mechanical flag for Senos Club, and that's why they have come into the pits. But that is huge for the rest of the race. JND Racing in 9th place overall. And GKD out of the pits in P14. It's the 33 in for their first pit stop as well. Let's mark that for the BRM squad. They head back out after completing a driver change. New driver into the car for them. That's March Racing, I want to say, who are at the end of the pit lane. Yes, it is. March Racing in the pit. I think the 121 of RAF Vulcans might be in behind them as well. Yes, they are. So a bit of a queue there. Well, that's not going to help RAF Vulcans in their charge for a podium in the Clubman class. And the Vulcans as well. That's the 121. Completing a fuel stop and a driver change. Right, there goes March Racing out of the pits once again. Then they rejoin the action down in 19th overall for the moment. GKD Racing not only having a bit of a slow pit stop, they're being held at the end of the pit lane. Not 100% sure as to why. They've rejoined right in a big squabble of carts. But now March Racing have rejoined into as well, but a lap down on a GKD. So we've got more drivers in. There are the RAF Vulcan team back out. Dr. Autos as well, heading back out. That's the same driver, though, in that cart. So Dr. Autos completing their first pit stop as well. Number 6 gets the green one. They must have done fuel now. We've been in the car an hour and 15 minutes. That's got to be more fuel. There's Alessia Prime as well. They've completed their stop from 3rd place overall. Alessia Prime getting a fuel stop done as well. Make sure I don't miss anyone else in the pits. And that, I do believe, is a different driver in the car for Alessia Prime, so mark that down to driver change as well. And everyone's on similar pit stop strategies. It makes my job really difficult to keep up to date what is going on in the race. 95, trying to get the engines on. There's a new driver in the car for them as well. So the 95 of FED Racing complete their first pit stop as well. Let's mark them as done and dusted. That'll be a fuel and a driver change as well. So a good number of teams already making those first pit stops then. Or still finding in to the dummy grid pit lane area. There's the 237 onto that mechanical flag, looking to be heading back out on circuit once again. A few issues in this race, hopefully in for a little bit of an easier second part of this one. As there comes the 81 down the pit lane. And another pit stop for racing, yes it is. It's trying to put some fuel in though, I believe. And I believe a driver change as well for the number 81, if I'm not mistaken. Brake Racing and Brake Pro now having made 2 pit stops so far in this race. I believe so. So who's that in? The number 6 now. And that's Dr. Autos again, isn't it? Yes, it is. So that's a driver change this time for Dr. Autos. Doing some lead as well. Get the thumbs up and away they go. New driver into the car for the number 6. They were only in only a few moments ago. So second stop then completed for the number 6 of Dr. Autos. Out on circuit goes the new driver. Four into the pit lane as well. They've got a bit of fuel into their car also. So Zingray Juniors completing their first pit stop of the day. See a driver flagging them down as well, so that'll be a fuel and driver change then for Zingray Juniors. Is that a bit of an issue with the NASA panel? Yes, it is. Zingray Juniors going to lose a bit of time here. They're going to have to be pushed back, and that NASA panel is going to have to be fixed. This could be catastrophic for the Zingray Juniors team, and that's why they're putting the burners in, backing up the car, back into the bay where they can try and get it sorted out to get it up on the car stand and get some assistance in getting that NASA panel reattached to the car. Zingray Juniors are doing a great job so far in this race. This could really scupper their form here at round number 8. That's for safety. That's NASA panel needs to be well attached. More drivers into the pits then. It's time the 82 getting pushed down. Yeah, Rafe Clubman is a team I missed off by this. Let's pop them in. First pit stop done for them. So they head back out on circuit then. 2. They are on to my list. Lovely stuff. Another driver down into the fuel bay as well. This is where it all gets a little bit chaotic now. I've got to struggle with who I'm following where and what is going on. So Dan Racing, Monkey Motorsport 73, Purple Infinity, Autos and Autos going bananas, currently your top 5. All of those 5 cars still having not given us a fuel stop just yet. It looks to be the number 12 of Slippery Bananas, who were the ones in the fuel bay. They're already out on circuit. Great fuel stop then from the number 12 as that's first stop done for the Clubman team. Fuel and a driver change, I do believe, there in that first stop of the day for Slippery Bananas. The driver down to the fuel bay once again. Let's see who that is. The Zingray Juniors still struggle to get that nose cone reattached. It's 207 RHPK Racing, who are into the pits for their fuel stop. The leaders in the Clubman class coming into this first round of pit stops. And simply still are when they exit it. Here comes Zingray Juniors and they've reattached that NASA panel. That's got to be a good minute and a half loss then for Zingray Juniors. Get to the end of the pit lane, we'll get those engines restarted, and there's the 73 as well. So they've not gone to the fuel bay, I don't think. 73 of Monkey Motorsport, first pit stop completed, but I don't think any fuel put in that car. They're straight back out on track. That would have taken them a lot of time, and a few positions as well for Monkey Motorsport. I think they might have even re-emerged in second place overall here. They might have split our 2 leaders of JNT and GKD. Monkey Motorsport might have just signed their way in second place, but of course, still owing us some fuel. So there go 207 RHPK Racing back out on track. Where do they rejoin the action? In 15th place, and crucially, behind Slippery Bananas. So that looks as though Slippery Bananas might have just stolen away the lead there in the Clubman class. More drivers into the pits then. There's the 77 of KTM for the first stop of the day for themselves. Quick pit stop for them though. New driver out into the car, off on the way. There you go, in 23rd place overall for Team KTM. There is the 37. So that is Monkey Motorsport in once again then. So they haven't split our two leaders. Oh, so they might need to go and have some fuel as well. 37. Oh, sorry, my apologies. I'm getting the teams mixed up. Oh, my apologies. That's Monkey Motorsport for the first time then. Yeah, sorry, getting the two monkey teams mixed up. They're already back out and away on the 37 Monkey Motorsport team. They rejoined in 13th place overall. So at least in my calculations, we're still waiting on Dan Racing. Is that why I'm getting confused? Yeah, that team is not racing. They're spinning on the engine. That's why I was getting confused with numbers. Sure. There, out of this race. So, DAD Racing, Austin Autos, Going Bananas, Purple Infinity, Bad Racing, of course they've been out of the race for a while. I think Sealoft Common as well, of course, been out of the race for a little while. So it is Purple Infinity, Going Bananas, DAD Racing, and Austin Autos. I believe the four teams that we're still waiting on to have a pit stop. There are Purple Infinity. So the number 11, the leaders in the Pro Class, into the pits then for their first stop of the day. They've got fuel and a driver change completed. Back out on circuit goes the number 11 with a new driver behind the wheel. Purple Infinity might have just done an awesome pit stop there. Let's see where they're re-emerging compared to J&D and GKD. There's Dan Racing continuing on this monster stint. Now I know we're in the rounds of pit stop, so it doesn't really count, but for the moment anyway, Dan Racing have gone from last to first in this race. Up 26 positions here so far in this one. As I say, benefiting from the pit stops at the moment, but either way, having an absolutely storming race. Now here is the number 22 in for their stop. This is Purple Infinity. Trying to confuse someone else? I'm confusing myself now. So much going on here in the White House Pro Karting Series, I cannot keep up. Definitely picked a fuel stop that time though. At least looks as though the relative pandemonium of the last 20 minutes might be subsiding ever so slightly. Be a bit of breathing room up into the commentary box for the first time in a little while. As we close in on 1.5 hours completed here for round 8 of the Right House Pro Karting Series. It's the 11 in once again. So let's go Bananas in for another pit stop. No driver change or fuel, I don't think that time. Driver heads straight back out on circuit. Can't see any sort of flags at all, so I'll take that as their own decision there. A few more warnings coming through as we go through those pit stops then. One for GKD Racing, one for Helicopter Services, one for March Racing, and another one for Helicopter Services. And two in the last 5 minutes for Helicopter Services for contact warning. Two need to be a little bit more careful out there. Of course, they've got their new driver on board. Just bedding himself into the car and pressing on nicely, but he needs to be a little bit careful in clocking up those contact warnings. There are Dad Racing then, the number 7. Finally pulling into the pits, offering us their first stop of the day. Now let's see how well this overcut has worked for the number 7. They've gone super long in their first stint of the race, getting some more fuel on board. Let's see if they're able to jump up any more positions than they already have done. I want to say overall they were in P5 before the pit stops all started. Of course, coming in from P1, so we've got another driver in. It's at the 237, I think, back in. Potentially more issues over the 237 as they make their way back into the pit lane. Here is Dan Racing, no. Fuel on board. So possibly it's going to be a new driver, it's going to be a same driver. No, new driver into the kart then. Mr. Cut his chat with Mr. Beaumont Shaw as he hops into the kart. Engines back on, and Dan Racing pressing on. What an incredible first stint though from the driver who takes us in the kart. Pretty much a last to first challenge complete for the number 7 squad. More fuel goes in, new driver goes in, and they carry on for the rest of the race. So, it's all sort of played back into how it was before then. Still waiting for a pit stop from the number 10 of Austin Autos. They've gone super late into this first stint of the race. I think still the only drivers, yes. Yeah, the only drivers who still owe us that first pit stop of the day, disregarding the other couple of teams that have had some mechanical issues through this first part of the race. Sad to see the 237 Asinos Carbon back into the pits yet again. On the other hand though, good to see the 39 of Bad Racing out and putting in some laps now. Sadly, 102 laps off of the leaders now. Well, you might as well make use of it and put some laps in and basically use it as just some open testing for yourself. The problem is, it's getting in the way of the leaders. I'm hoping not to do that, I'm sure. There is the number 10 of Austin Autos into the pit lane. Now, how quick is this stop going to be? I didn't quite notice whether they did get fuel or not there. Drop down and back out onto the circuit they go then. It's stop done for Austin Autos. Shit, they must have taken some fuel, right? Because it's been an hour and a half of the race. Surely you can't run longer than an hour and a half on a full tank of fuel. So that's the 237, whatever issue that was, they look to have remedied it. Back out onto the track they go then. But I do believe now all of the drivers have completed, all the teams I should say have completed one round of pit stops, then at least one round of pit stops. We've got a few teams who I think have already given us 2. Now, it's difficult to keep up to date and still compensate, but I think Dr. Autos, Going Bananas, Alessia, Brave Racing, Brave Pro, and One Custom Motorsport Design have all given us 2 pit stops so far. It's One Motorsport Design. I had some mechanical issues as well. They're a little bit out of the running there, down in 24th place. What's happened to... I'm absolutely stumped now. Why are Dan Racing down in 25th place? Now 11 laps off the lead. I'm stuck with that one, I'm afraid. Unless they pulled over somewhere. I'm absolutely stumped as to what's going on there. No, I can see them. They're right there. They're coming through Major's elbow at the moment. So they pitted from the lead. Somehow they're now 11 laps down. Don't know how that's happened. Sorry, folks. I'll try and keep you updated as best I can. That one has stumped me. If anyone who knows the reason why would be kind enough to come up and tell me in the commentary box up in race control, I'd be really appreciative of that one. That one has stumped me. They had a really good pit stop as well. I thought they'd probably come up around where they came into the pit, sort of 4th or 5th place. Down in 25th. DAD Racing. No idea. No idea at all. Right, looking back at the top 5 then. That allows Monkey Motorsport back into 4th place, number 73 cars. Once again, finding themselves only a few tenths off of the back of Alessia Prime. So we recommence the battle that we had for the first sort of 45 minutes of the race before Alessia Prime built a bit of a gap over the Monkey Motorsport 73 car. And then he got services, rejoining 5th place. That's 10 seconds off the back of that battle for 3rd place. JMD Racing getting in contact, warning on the last lap though. Brave Pro getting one as well. Orange Tree Racing, the 207 Orange Tree Racing getting one for the cone. Drivers need to be a little bit careful as of course we've got a lot of new drivers out in the karts. The first time since qualifying, or maybe even practice, they've been out in the karts, and a number of outs. Just getting themselves redialed back in, making those little mistakes. And a couple of changes on the last lap. Going Bananas getting through on their sister team of Slippery Bananas for 12th place overall. March Racing getting through on 207 Orange Tree Racing for 14th place overall. So that's a change. So for the lead in the class, we said that when the pit stops were being made, the 207 RHPK Racing have lost the lead in the clubman class. Simply Bananas getting through on the first round of pit stops up into P13 overall and first in the clubman class. But Infinity hold on to the lead in the pro class. But Royal Navy have done well from that first round of pit stops. They're up into 8th place overall, 2nd place in the pro class. So well done to the 46 Royal Navy squad. Otherwise, everything else remaining relatively similar. Let's see it. Looks like their strategy of early stops has worked quite well as they jump up into 3rd place in class. We were saying, I think it was 207 High Street and Dr. Autos who were 1st and 2nd in class, really before that first round of pit stops. Well, 207 High Street Racing relegated down to P2. Dr. Autos relegated down to P5 in the clubman class. So those first round of pit stops not going well for them. I do think they've given us 2 though already. I believe the first pit stop was for fuel and the second was for a driver change, but I need to have about 15 highs to keep up to date with what's going on in the first round of pit stops. So maybe we'll see them come back into it later on, given that they, I think, have already given us 2 of their 3 mandatory pit stops so far in this race. Either way, Simply Bananas being the beneficiary of those possibly issues, possibly just strategic differences. They take the lead in the clubman class as we head over. An hour and a half completed here for round number 8 of the Right House Pro Karting Series. As we say, second to last round of the season. All starting to come to a head in terms of the championship standings. And oh wow, is it going to be exciting for the last round next month in November. Now I know it's slightly later than usual for next round in November, not being on the first weekend of the month, being on the second weekend of the month, and that's because of the fantastic one-off event here, the London Cup. Of course, sort of an extenuation of the Right House Car Club, but with already over 100 entries, it's going to be a great weekend of racing. On the 3rd of November will be race day. That should be live streamed here from my house, and I will be lucky enough to be the commentator guiding you guys through the action. So make sure you put that one in your diary, whether that's to race. If you've got a 2-stroke car, you do 2-stroke racing, or whether that's simply to support the rest of the drivers down here at the Right House Kart Raceway. Sadly, though, I'm not able to make the final round on the Right House Pro Karting Series. I've got my own personal racing end of season party for the Fun Cup, if any of you have ever heard of that. Afraid I'm away that weekend and I'm able to join you for that final round of the season, but I'm sure to be as exciting as ever. That was a little bit aggressive there down the first hairpin for the 83. He apologises to, no wait, it was the 82. It was the 83 who made the move. I think that might have been teammates, you know. I can't see an 83. Am I almost deceiving? What's going on? It was, yeah, 83 of Brave Pro getting through on the 82 of Brave Clubman to the 2 teammates. A bit argy-bargy there as the Pro team muscles their way through the Clubman team down to the first hairpin. I can't imagine the Clubman team are going to be too happy with that one. Sadly, though, the 33 BRN squad look to be in the pit lane. And I think both drivers have their helmets off, so it doesn't look like they're going anywhere fast. Currently 23rd overall are the BRM racing crew. The car is going up on the car stand. Looks to be something relatively major there for the number 33. Gutted to see that. They've been running pretty well how they're on circuit so far today. Back into the pits, they're forced to go. Their cars not wanting to go any further. So let's see Prime siding through the back markers at the hairpins. Getting a move done there on the number 11 of Going Bananas. They have got a team right behind them. And it is the Monkey Motorsport number 73. So still battling over position. But that first round of pit stops has been so beneficial to your leaders, the 55 of JNT Racing. For that entire first stint, we didn't see the gap between the 2 leaders really go over a second. And after that first round of pit stops, there's now over 16 seconds between JND Racing and GKD Racing. So gutting for the number 4. Gutting for us in terms of a lead battle, really. Maybe we'll see it all close back up again near the end of the race. Or maybe number 55 of JMD will drive away into the sunset here at the Right House Car Raceway. Both the metaphorical and literal, really, now that we're in October. Of course, the light should continue throughout to the end of the race, but probably not much further than that. So I've got a spider descending from the ceiling here with the Thomas Box. The spider update for you. No, he's touched me. Sorry, I'll stop my spider watch and start looking at the action out on circuit once again. Settle back into these secondary stints of the race then. Closest gaps, as we mentioned, the left prime and Monkey Motorsport number 73, still very close out there on circuit. Last time they crossed the line, it was only 0.075 between those two. Will it be when they come round to finish yet another lap? Still nose to tail, not quite as close as they were on that last lap. A couple of tenths of a second separating those two cars, to be specific. Just under half a second actually between the 42 and the 73 now. 2.5 seconds between the Royal Navy car in 8th place and the Brave Racing car in P9. Going Bananas and March Racing are pretty close, just over a tenth of a second between the 11 and the 53. That's a battle for P12 on the circuit. Yes, indeed, my eyes are not deceiving me. They're actually in a group of 4 heading down through Complex Nouvelle as we speak. There's 2 drivers not involved in that direct battle. 39 a bad racing, just getting out of the way as they know they're quite a number of laps down now. House for the rest of the drivers to see through. It's the number 11 and the 53 get through, so do the number 81. No Bananas still just ahead of the March Racing squad, but it's one of Brave Racing. They are a lap ahead of them, trying to put yet another lap on them. I think being just behind, they're probably only just within closing through on the lap, so they get past, that'll then be being a lap ahead. They have got a contact warning on that last lap, Brave Racing, so clearly just getting a little bit frustrated that they're still stuck in behind. What happened to the 7 of Dad Racing?
Underway.
Right, okay, yeah, but they just
try and gloss over it for a little bit. So next time they come in, I'm going to check to see what it's literally be underway.
Yeah, okay.
So I don't know if it's failing, but every time they come in, it's underway. So I don't know if it's saying probably work or something failing on the weighbridge.
Yeah.
So I've said that come in. If it's found that something like that, then I'll
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I was a bit confused how they came in.
So just put a visual, just say.
Cool. Yeah, I just won't mention that. That's fine.
Yeah.
Cool. So it is still GKD Racing with the fastest lap of this race, but amazing how close it is. 40.732, the fastest lap of the race set by GKD Racing. 40.739, the fastest lap of JND Racing. 7 thousandths of a second in it between their 2 quickest laps of the race. That is unbelievable between the top 2 in this race. And we do now have 7 cars who have dropped below that 41 second marker. A further 4 cars who have done 41 deaths. So we've got JME Racing, GKD Racing, Alessia Prime, Monkey Motorsport 73, Helicopter Services, Dad Racing. All 6 of those supercars cars have dropped down into the 40s. So has the leader in the Pro class of Purple Infinity. A 40.987, that's their fastest lap of this race so far. And then those cars that are close but not quite in the 40s. We've got a 41.073 fastest lap for number 10 of Boston Auto, 41.036 for the Royal Navy, and 41.019 for Wraith Racing, then 41.041 for Wraith Pro. Hold on a second, Alessia Prime are dropping down the order. They're into the pit lane. The 42 of Alessia Prime into the pits once again. Looks to just be a driver change maybe for the number 42. Yes, it is. Back out on track they go then. So that relinquishes third position for Alessia Prime. Clearly feeling this is the strategy to make then a driver change. I believe the second driver change of the race end for the Alessia Prime squad. So new driver hops back into the cars. They rejoin in 6th place overall, so they lose a position to the Monkey Motorsport 73 squad, and he got to services and the Pro Class leaders for 22 of Purple Infinity. Just had to take a quick break there. Needed a bit of sustenance, but I had to turn the mic straight back on before it even finished. That was a ridiculous move down a hairpin number 2 that I spotted out of the window there. I hope the marshal down there saw that one as well. So we saw the 237 is on the track. It must have been a 238 and a World Custom Motorsport design. Wasn't quite sure where the drivers in behind were in terms of its track position, so understandably the 81 was getting a bit frustrated. That's one of the race cars, the 81. Yeah, the race racing, black flag. Yeah, black flag, the race racing is exactly what I was about to say. That was the most egregious, obvious bin I've ever seen in my entire life from race racing. That is a definite black flag, and I'm glad to see that that's come up on the live timing, because they clearly, on purpose, bin the 238 down in number 2. And race racing are going to lose a lot of time because of that as they head back into the pits. Hold on a second, number 4's in the pits. The number 4 is in the pits. GKD Racing, they are into the pit lane. Issues for GKD Racing, and that is huge. That is huge for the number 4. The cars with the fastest lap in this race were in second place. They were closing down the leaders. The leaders are off color at the moment, a few tenths of a second off the pace. The number 4 had closed the gap down from over 15 seconds to less than 10 seconds. And now the number 4 with issues down in the dummy grid. What a calamitous few laps for a number of teams then. The number 4 making it to the end of the pit lane, is going to get the engines restarted and get back going again. But that is a disaster for their race. GKD head back out on circuit. Where are they going to join it? Will be 12th place overall, just ahead of Race Pro in 13th. That is massive for this race, and that could have just played into JNT Racing's hands. Their closest challengers have just dropped down the order. They can chill out a little bit out on track there now. I mean, not really, because they're in a battle of 7 cars at the moment, but you know what I mean. Figuratively, they can chill out a little bit. But yeah, there was a little bit of over-aggression, shall we say, there from the 81 cars over those last few laps. I've seen fantastic marshals here at the Rye House Kart Raceway. Just a bit of re-education out there, because I made some notes while I was noshing crisps. I did see not quite so aggressive one, the 81 of Race Racing, pushing the number 11 out of the way at hairpin number 1. So that was going bananas, getting shuffled out wide. And then we saw the 81 trying to get through on the 227 down to hairpin 1. I can understand how Race Racing might have thought that the 227 was trying to chop across them and get in their way. I think it was more the fact that they were trying to move out of their way. But in terms of that, they ended up getting in the way, because obviously, as we all know, as a back marker, you should just drive on your line. The faster cars will then get through. If you start moving over and trying to let other drivers through, that's when it becomes pretty dangerous, because you become totally unpredictable. That is what the 237, I think, tried to do. Tried to move over to the inside to let Racing got a bit annoyed at that, and then basically just didn't brake. But number 2 sent the 237 off and wide and spinning out. And then the 121 was very lucky. The 121 of RAF Vulcans were just driving their normal race, and the 237 rejoined straight in front of them. They made quite some hefty contact. So I am a little bit surprised that the it's not the 237, okay, it has to be the 238, it's the only one of the race. The 231 custom version result haven't got an unsafe rejoin penalty, because they rejoined straight into the racing line and collapsed in to the RAF Vulcans cars. So that was quite the interesting last 10 minutes of this race, ladies and gentlemen, my goodness. But anyway, started to settle back into it a little bit more once again. And yet, the key point really when I came back to the microphone for you was how much GKD were closing in lap on lap on JNT, but of course, as we know, that's all gone a little bit wrong. GKD now have settled into 12th place out there on circuit. However, to be fair to them, themselves and DAD Racing, who are in 23rd place at the moment, the only cars consistently lapping below the 41-second marker at the moment. So, still all to play for GKD Racing. They're now, though, a couple of laps off the leader with that mechanical issue. It's going to be a struggle for GKD, keeping consistent, keeping out of the wars, You never know what could happen by the end of a 4-hour endurance race. Just in a change of position, the 6th place out there on circuit, the Royal Navy squad have got through on Ulverston Autos, but have Ulverston Autos got a problem? The last lap was in the 43s for the number 10 of Ulverston Autos, and they're quickly dropping off the back of the Royal Navy squad. I think it was the lap before last the 46 got through. There's already a 1.5 second gap that they came across the timing being last time. So is it just a bit of a lack of pace from the driver of the number 10, or is there a bit more of a serious issue for the number 10 Ulverston Autos kart? Let's keep an eye out for them out on circuit. There's the number 4 trying to make up time that they lost earlier on in this race. There is the leaders as well. They're actually closing in to possibly lap. And then lap the driver that they were battling with throughout the rest of this race. This is of course now going to play into the fact of how good they are at cutting through the pack and getting past the back markets and losing as little time as possible. So lots to play out, as I mentioned, throughout the rest of this race. We're closing in on 2 hours completed here for round 8 of the White House Pro Karting Series. Nearly half a race distance. It's certainly been a very, very exciting one. Turns out when you stick 27 cars on a 740 metre circuit, it creates quite good racing. Who would have thunk it? As we close in towards 2 hours, as I say, soon give you another little update as to how things are playing out in terms of the overall running orders, and of course also the top 3 in each of the classes respectively. Now I can see there is part down in the fuel bay. I can see exactly who that is. I believe it might be the 237 Senos Clubman back in once again. We can see when they come down to the end of the dummy grid section of that pit lane. Double check exactly who that is. As well. You don't see that road. It took 3 wide at hairpin number 1. It's the number 4, number 11, and the 77, all side by side. That was for position as well. That was for position between GKD Racing and Going Bananas. Going Bananas not very happy about the move, but either way, GKD are through, back up into 11th place. They've only got about another second to find to get up to the back of March Racing and get back into the top 10. There's the 2 and the 10 going side by side. It's that pace of Ulverston Autos. They're back down into the 41, so maybe it was just a bit of contact, maybe up circuit, maybe it was just an issue, a mistake, and they've gone a bit wide or something, why they're in the 43s. So potentially all fine for the number 10 of Ulverston Autos. Which maybe a slight issue on the lap that I happened to look at, so apologies to the number 10 of Ulverston Autos. They did lose the place, they lose 6th place to Royal Navy, they've reset it back into P7. They are now 3.8 seconds behind Royal Navy, but I think they've got a nice bit of a gap back to P8 of FBD Racing. Yeah, they've come across the line now, 8.5 seconds back to FBD Racing. And FBD were about half a second quicker on that last lap alone, so I think they could be closing them in the next sort of 8 to 10 laps or so. However, FBD under a bit of pressure themselves. Monkey Motorsport 37, only half a second in behind them. That is your battle for 8th position on the road. Oh, it's Leslie Leaderson again. Almost missed that one. The 55 of JP Racing come in for their second stop. Now I noticed it's so late, I can't even see whether they did a driver change. I don't know whether they got any fuel. But either way, it's 2 of the 3 mandatory pit stops done then for your leaders of JND Racing. Now I think maybe they're just playing a relatively chilled game now, as they know they've got a nice sizable gap in terms of those pit stops. They can just keep consistent, keep pressing on. Whoa, 3 wide on the exit of the hairpin. 2 nearly didn't work out very well for those drivers. That's still the battle for 11th place. That was GKD Racing and Going Bananas going side by side with a back marker right in between the 2 of them. So that would have been the 82, one of the Wraith cars, and that's Wraith Clubman car, yes it is. That was Wraith Clubman getting in a bit of a, it was a bit of a Wraith Clubman sandwich that was there in the middle, nearly not working out, they nearly pincered right across the front of the two cars. It just about made it work though. I said, no, it wasn't, sorry, it was going bananas, but it wasn't the number 4, my apologies, it was the 7 of Dan Racing. The number 4 has already scampered off and it's already battling with March Racing as they head down towards Pylon. Tried to get that up and under move done on the 8 of the hairpin number 2. It didn't quite work out though for the number 4 and they're having to sit behind once again. And all this time is wasting time for the number 4 as they try and remedy the time lost from those issues in this race. GKD Racing trying to find a way through up into the top 10. They've managed to do it down at Stadium Bend. They relegate March Racing out of the top 10, but March Racing forced their way back through. The number 4 not happy about that one. Maybe feels there was a bit of contact involved. And because of that gets shoved out wide. Here's DAD Racing now getting involved on the exit as well. 3 superclass cars getting stuck in and amongst each other. And March Racing nearly hitting the barrier on the inside there at Pylon as they got squeezed right to it by DAD Racing. But either way, March Racing having to relinquish the position. That puts them outside of the top 10 though. Racing up into the top 10. Still 2 and a bit or so laps behind the now leaders. Monkey Motorsport, number 73 in the lead of the race. Of course, we've had an extra pit stop from J&D, don't forget that. And he got services now in P2. Speaking of which, let's run you through the order then. We've just ticked over 2 hours completed here for round number 8 of the Rye House Pro Karting Series. Now, as I mentioned, J&D have given us an extra pit stop. They're in 3rd place at the moment, but more than likely they are in the effective lead of the race. But on track at the moment, it's Monkey Motorsport 73 from Helicopter Services, then J&D Racing rounding out the podium overall and in the super class. Alessia Prime just outside of that podium in P4, with the Royal Navy squad now in the lead of the pro class. Have I missed a pit stop there from Purple Infinity? I might have done. I've only got them down for 1, but they've put the lead quite comfortably, and now they're not. So I'm going to say that I must have missed a pit stop there from the 22 of Purple Infinity. Double check that though a little bit later. Anyway, I think Purple Infinity are probably in the effective lead of the race still. In terms of that one, Royal Navy on track though, 5th overall in the league of the pro class. They're followed by Almost Auto, then MPD Racing and Purple Infinity, currently rounding out the podium in that pro class. The Monkey Motorsport number 37 in 9th place, and GKD rounding out the top 10. They rode the a few tenths of a second off of the leaders for the first hour of this race. They now find themselves down in P10 because of that mechanical issue as they were closing in on the leaders before that. Now they've got it all to do there in P10. March Racing just stepping outside of the top 10 in P11. Then Yellow Bananas and Brave Pro are in 12th and 13th respectively. 207 Orange 2 Racing are back to the front of the field in the club and class there, 14th overall. Behind them, Slippery Bananas and Alessia currently rounding out the podium in Clubman. Dr. Auto's not too far behind in 17th place. Then Ray Clubman, RAF Vulcans, Sid Ray Juniors round out your top 20. And followed by Wraith Racing, KTM, DAT Racing, One Custom Motorsport Design, BRM Racing, we've not seen out on track in a number of laps now, standing for the number 33. And followed by Sinos Clubman and Band Racing. So those last 4 teams all having some serious mechanical issues through this race so far, sadly for them. Good to see most of them back out on track now and at least putting in some good laps. Sadly for the number 33 BRM squad, we've not seen them back out just yet. Just as I said, I can see them outside my window. What am I talking about? They're outside the window, they haven't been back out on track, and now we have all 27 cars back out on the circuit. That's great to see. Despite those mechanical issues, all of them back out on the track and back getting stuck in and amongst it. This is quite interesting. So we've got the 7 of DAD Racing and the 4 of GKD Racing seemingly actually battling quite heavily. I've just seen DAD Racing make the move on the number 4. This is not good for them. And look who's just ahead of them. Is that the 55 or the 10? Oh, it's the 10. They've got a similar paint job to the 55, the bright yellow colours. I thought it might be the old leaders of the 55 Gen League. It's not. It's the 10 of Almost Autos. They, however, are a lap ahead of GKT in the number 4, and they are a good number of laps ahead of D&D Racing on the number 7. So not really an exact battle, but they're going to go at it like it is anyway. DAD get through a hairpin 1. The 4 of GKT follow through on the exit of hairpin 1, and Augustin Autos giving up a couple more bits of track position and also a bit more time as well as MBD Racing continue to close them in. That gap now just over 6 seconds. So it's all been a very exciting race so far. We've closed over half distance of this race now. Still unsure how it's quite all going to play out. There's still drivers battling like it's the first lap. What a send there at hairpin 1 from Dr. Autos. And once again, that was a bit too close to comfort there between Dr. Autos and is that the 82 of Ray Putman? I think it might be. Hold on a second, I'm trying to work it out now. I think it might be. Let's see them come on the final corner. No, it's the 84, is it? My apologies, the 84. Side by side. It's that Stingray Juniors. There's a lap between them, but they made quite a bit of contact on the exit of hairpin number 2 there. Rear wheels and rear contact. They were quite lucky that neither of them found a barrier on the exit there of hairpin number 2. They both lived to fight another day. I know they're wanting to make up time as much as possible. Oh, sorry, not lose time, but make up positions. Being very aggressive with it. And it's making me nervous that I'm not even involved in either of the teams. So I can't imagine how the rest of the team members watching on the side of the track are feeling right now watching those two. But they're putting in some good lap times, but a little bit scary. One of them will be taking each other out at 2. You don't want to be getting some silly contact warnings and causing yourself a penalty by the end of the race. 1 hour and 53 minutes left to go then. Monkey Motorsport 73 currently your overall leaders and leaders in Super. Royal Navy, the 46, currently leading in the Pros. And 207 OHD Racing, currently leading in the Clubman class. Now this is a a very interesting scrap to watch between the number 7 and the number 4 here. UKD Racing and DAD Racing. They're clearly very similar on pace. They're absolutely sending moves on the back marker. Some of the moves I've seen have made me absolutely win somewhere in the Cox box as they just chuck it down the inside. And the problem is the number 4 here, they're a bit stuck behind the 7 of DAD. To be fair, they are the only 2 drivers who are getting down into the 40s, so they're working together relatively well, if you can call this working together. But they have held each other up a little bit when they're getting through on the back markers, but they're making punchy moves, as I say, getting it done. So I guess it's kind of working between the 2 of them, but I feel that they're really running on the ragged edge here, and something could very easily go wrong between these 2. But hey, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt for now. It seems to be working, so we'll keep an eye on the 7 and the 4 as they continue to run their race. Now, I know TAD will possibly having some issues with the wave bridge. Still unsure about how that one's exactly playing out as to whether they'll gain those laps back, as to what will happen. But either way, they're running their race as if it will come back to them and they will be able to get up to a serious contending competition. But of course, we know PKD had those issues earlier on. They're trying to fight their way back through the top 10 and close back down the gap to the leaders. They're going to struggle. Now, I'm trying to spot who is still on the leading lap here. It is just the top 4 who haven't been lapped. So, Monkey Motorsport 73, Helicopter Services number 2, 55 of JND Racing, and the 42 of Alessia Pride, the only 4 cars who have not been lapped so far in this 2-hour endurance race. But plenty of people having a good time here at the White House Car Raceway, enjoying some racing. Plenty of people out on the water. It's good times as well, I can see. Family having a little bit of a chill, and that dog is super chill. What a legend. He wishes he could be here in the car. I know he does. I know he does. Jump in the water, look at that, man. Probably a bit chilly. Although it's a nice sunny October day, it's still not that warm out there. The drivers won't be too worried. They're in the full race suits and helmets so far today. We had a couple of very hot rounds earlier on this year, whereas I can imagine quite the sweatbox on the brow of the drivers during like an hour and a half stint. My goodness, that would have been tough. But a little bit easier now as you get into the colder months in terms of that endurance abilities, particularly if you're a bit on the rotund side like myself. Doing those proper endurance lengths into the car. I mean, in my race car, I only ever do a maximum of 40 to 50 minutes in the car, really. Yeah, doing an hour and a half stint in one of these cars is just ridiculous. So fair play to any drivers who are doing that today or have already done it today. As there we have another driver coming into the pits then. That's the first pit stop that we've seen in a little while. As S2 cars going side by side into pylon. Is that Alessia making the move around the outside into pylon as they shot back across the other car into the final couple of corners? And then again, that car loses out once more. That's the number 12 who are lost out in all of that. And that was for position. That's Alessia round the outside of pylon, making that move stick. Great moves there for the number 40. Your championship leaders in Clubman showing us why they are the championship leaders. Great moves from that orange suited driver. Well, that is the car that are coming to the pits. It's the Bad Racing Squad who are in once again. I do believe same driver out and back in. 2 brothers carrying on with their race. Obviously, no real need for any particular speed in terms of the pit stops. We treat it as a nice relaxed test session for today, sadly for them. Hour and 45 minutes left to go then. Still, GKD Racing with the fastest lap of this race so far. And that was set on lap 53. We're closing up now on lap 200 of this race. So no one's setting a faster time. It's lap 53. That just shows how much it comes into play. Not only the tyres getting that little bit older, but also It getting a little bit darker here on the circuit. As I say that, I think the sun's literally just come back out from behind the clouds, so cheers to prove me wrong there, sun. But it is getting a little bit colder as we head into the late afternoon. We've just gone past 4 p.m. here in Hoddesdon in the UK. So it will be getting just a little bit chillier. Be a little bit more difficult to keep the temperature of the tyres and keep yourself going at that consistent pace. Like I said, drivers struggling now to keep in the 40s. Even those two drivers that we've seen doing it in this second sort of full stint of the race so far, we've seen GKD Racing and the 7 of DAD Racing consistently in the 40s now until the mid 41s. We've seen them jump in between the 40s and the 41s depending on traffic, so we'll wait and see when they come through again if they're able to stop their way back into the 40s. But either way, it doesn't look like anyone's going to be challenging that fastest lap of the race, so 40.7 GKD. Now, what was it? Let me double check my photo from the qualifying. Was it 40.5? 40.697 was the fastest lap in qualifying. So, to be fair, that fastest lap of the race is only 3.5 hundredths slower than the pole position that time in qualifying earlier on today. So impressive start to do that in the race as well. After 50 laps of racing on those tyres, it doesn't look like anyone's going to get close. I have seen though, last lap from Helicopter Services is down in the 40s. 40.9, they just now got a 41.018. So consistently around that border, 41.038 for GKD Racing as well. So I think there's those kind of three challengers now that were those fastest drivers out on the circuit. Not too bad from Monkey Motorsport 73 car as well, 41.1 for themselves. Really, we've got sort of the top 15 cars all in the 41s. The rest of the drivers all really in the 42s. No one too far off that particularly. Great to see all of the cars involved in this race at 27, so close on pace, even after over 2 hours of racing now. Now, with this good pace over the last few laps from Helicopter Services, they've been able to close the gap down to the number 73 Monkey Motorsport cars. Half a second in it between those two as they came across the start line and under the gantry last time of asking. You see there, that was Helicopter Services absolutely bullying their way through on the 207 Orange Racing car down at hairpin number 2 to make sure that no time was lost there between themselves and the current race leaders, the 73 Monkey Motorsport. Currently Helicopter Services, all eyes on the prize, all eyes ahead to the current leader of Monkey Motorsport. But of course, I do think, anyway, that JKD have given us an extra pit stop than those other two drivers ahead of them. So I do still think, effectively in the overall race standing, JKD are still in the lead of the race, but this will be the battle over second place overall. Even if it's not for the exact race win at the moment. As they try and get their way past bad racing. Out to Stadium Bend they go then. Monkey Motorsport file their way through on the start finish straight. And there goes Helicopter Services following them through. So once again, we've got the leaders line astern. I will say it's good pace from J&D Racing. They're only 2.3 seconds behind the two race leaders, and I do think they've given us an extra pit stop already here. Yeah, they definitely have, because the driver who did the first stint is back in the car, and I know they changed drivers after that first stint, so they've definitely given us two driver changes so far in this race. And even with an extra pit stop in hand, they're only 2.5 seconds behind the leaders. What an unbelievable race it's been so far from the number 55 squad. I can see, I think it's Team Alessia readying themselves for another pit stop. I want to say that's their third and final pit stop. Let's double check. It will be, if it is the main Alessia car, it will be their third and final stop. If it's the Alessia Prime car, it will also be their third and final necessary stop. So 2 early stops then from the 2 Alessia crews. The Alessia number 40 Clubman squad taking fuel on their second stop. The Alessia Prime 42 squad taking their fuel on their first stop. So we'll wait and see how that one plays out. The BRM squad are back into the pit lane. The number 33 back into the pits. Now, I was hoping it wasn't a mechanical issue. I don't think it is. New driver just getting ready to hop back into the car. I believe the same driver that was in the kart for the first stint of the race is going to be heading back out on track for another go. Was battling in well in that first stint of the race, battling with KTM until they had their issues. So the mechanical issues in the middle of the race not helping them out. Is it Alessia Prime who are in the pits? I think it is. So Alessia Prime into the pits for what I do think is their third and final stop of this race. They're coming in for fuel and a driver change once again. I think they'll be hoping that they can extend this stint to the end of the race. That's going to be almost a 1 hour and 40-minute stint for the driver who's getting into the car now. That's going to feel like an absolute age behind the wheel of one of these pro cars. Probably got the DP on before he even goes out with the car, I would hope anyway. Muscle fatigue as the driver rolls out of the way. Spectacular 8.6 from the kart. 9.9 for the landing on that one. The new driver heads back out. Alessia Prime rejoining the race then in 8th place overall, it seems. Do you think they're still just about ahead of GKD Racing? We'll wait and see as they come to the end of this lap. Yes, they are. They've got themselves then a corner behind the 207, DAD and GKD. DAD dispatch of 207, so do GKD as well. Arch Racing trying to get through on the 238, I think that is. Finding their way through. The 238 nearly clatter through on the 82. That was a little bit close. On the 82 at Rake Club and an 18. Just a little bit silly there for the 238. Who's that that's just come back out? That's the BRM squad, isn't it? Yes, they're back out after a pit stop. I think that's all pit stops completed for the BRM squad, but of course, have the mechanical issues. They're going to struggle to close back down and gain some more points to their championship tally. Yeah, just a little bit clumsy down ahead of number 2. That contact made between one Motorsport Design and the 82 of Ray Clubman, with Clubman were clearly there on the apex. It seemed as though the 2 groups could have turned in on them. Nearly spun themselves around because of it. Managed to catch the slide and carry on. Nothing, no issues coming from that though. We're now closing towards 1.5 hours left to go here at the White House Kart Raceway. Alessia Prime did rejoin in P8 then. 8 seconds clear. Oh, sorry, 8 seconds behind Purple Infinity at 7. Only 1.7 seconds clear of GKD Racing at 9. Getting all my numbers confused, then a further 9 seconds ahead of Motorsport in 10th place, number 37. As I've looked away from the leading battle, it's changed to the front of the order. I've only just noticed, apologies. Helicopter Services have got through on the 73 Monkey Motorsport team. So that's happened in the last 2 laps, and it changed the lead out on track. I don't think it will end up being a change to the lead overall, due to that extra pit stop that I believe the 55 has given us so far. But either way, on circuit, we have a new race leader. The first time that your championship leaders have led this race so far here at round number 8. The number 2 gets in to P1. Did see another driver coming to the weighbridge. Doesn't look like they're going anywhere any particularly quickly though. It's either the 237 or the 238. It is the 238 of One Custom Motorsport Design. They're into the pits once again, sadly for them. Just trying to spot where our actual leaders on the road are. Where is the number 2? There they are, around the final corner comes your leader on the road. Number 2 of Helicopter Services starting to gap Monkey Motorsport 7 to be able to start now. Half a second between them, but only then a further 1.5 seconds back to J&D Racing in 3rd place. There's 1.8 seconds now separating the top three after 2.5 hours of racing. Absolutely fantastic. This is why we love the White House Pro Karting Series. Proper endurance racing here at my house. And still so close after hours and hours of fun. So there is spinning 5. Oh, that's a little bit interesting there from the 121. And yeah, the 55 gives him a piece of his mind, as I feel it's pretty fair to do so. That was a very aggressive defense there from the 121 of RAF Vulcans. They really aggressively pulled to the inside there down to hairpin number 1. And the 55 of J&D Racing, not happy about that at all. I think some choice hand gestures from the RAF team there on the exit of hairpin number 1 as they completed the switchback on the exit. That did lose the 55 a bit of time, that did. Lost them about 5 or 6 tenths of a second, that bit of defending there from RAF Vulcans. As they now miss the apex down at hairpin number 1, they lose track position to the number 7 of DAD Racing. They've now got the number 4, GKD, getting them on the exit. And through goes Alessia Prime as well. Hold on a second, that's a change of position then at the opening part of this lap. GKD Racing have now got past Alessia Prime on track for P8. Now, of course, Alessia Prime have one extra pit stop in this race so far. So, I'm not sure if a mechanical counts as a pit stop. That'll need to find out from Mr. Beaumont as to whether that counts, because that could bring them back into the running if that one did count as one of their 3 mandatory pit stops there. Double check that one and I'll get back to you on that one, folks. But yeah, confirmed the timing. GKD Racing through on Alessia Prime. That could have effectively brought them back into sort of second, third, fourth place on the road for GKD once all is said and done in the next round of pit stops. But we'll wait and see how that one plays out. So as we close into 1.5 hours left to go on the clock here. Services now leading the way overall by over a second on Monkey Road Sport number 73. And still, Helicopter Services consistently in the 40s, the only car on track ring now to be doing stuff through the traffic. Was a slightly faster time on that last lap from GKD Racing, but that's only after getting past Alessia Prime, giving themselves some free air. We've just seen Ray Pro get past going bananas on that last lap. That is for 5th place in the Pro class. But in that Pro class, Royal Navy are still the ones leading the way on the number 46. However, I do believe Urban Affinity have given us an extra stop. We've done 2 so far in this race, whereas I do think the number 46 has only given us 1. Yes, at least according to my notes, the information is correct. Then 207 Orange Shoe Racing leading the way in the clubman class. They've only got about 5 or 6 second gap over Alessia, number 40, in 2nd place in that clubman class. And it looks as though they're catching them. They are catching them. That was a big gap taken out of that of the lead of the 207 Orange Shoe Racing the last lap. That was 7 tenths of a second. Wow, that's a big chunk gain of that last lap alone from Alessia. Could their early pit stop strategy be coming into play here for the number 40? And we've already seen Alessia Prime make that 3rd and final stop, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Alessia Prime made that 3rd and final stop. We're still waiting for Team Alessia, the clubman team, to make that final stop. Looks as though we might have KTM in the pits. Can't see them unless I've missed out on that one. Wait and see if they materialise out of the weight scales. No, that's not them. That's BRM who are into the pits now. It's lapping around the circuit. Now BRM. So one customer, but no, sorry, they've come through. My apologies. It is just KTM and BRM then, not currently lapping around the circuit, at least according to my live timing. Now BRM racing in for another pit stop. So it'll be another driver change. The two girls swapping over once again. I don't think I can spot KTM out there, so I don't think my live timing is lying to me. Change then for BRM. I think something a bit more serious then for KTM. Still got some warnings coming through. One in the last sort of 20 minutes or so for going bananas. One for the Royal Navy, a contact warning for them. Then 2 warnings for CNOS Scotland, 1 general warning, and then on the last lap, a warning for spinning under yellows. As hold on a second, that'll be why I can't see KTM in the pits. I can see a driver stood out on Marshall Post 4. That must mean that they have their car parked up just out of my eye shore there on the exit of hairpin number 2. So KTM have parked it up beside the circuit and they're getting ready with the car stand to head out of the dummy grid onto the track to pick up their stricken car as behind them. The 37 Monkey Motorsport car comes flying out of the pit lane. It was a bit close there. With the ankles of the drivers going to collect that KTM part. Either way, they're back out on circuit trying to sort that one out. 37 completes their second of 3 mandatory pit stops in this race. I think we're probably going to start coming into the second proper round of pit stops there for a lot of our teams out there on circuit. So yeah, the car stand is round to the edge of hairpin number 2. The KTM cart will be picked up, head back to the paddock for whatever fix is needed. And have we got full course yellow? Yes, we have got full course yellow. Full course yellow. If teams are ready, this is a perfect time to start. Wait, hold on a second, no, it's back to green. Oh, I got so excited. Maybe a bit quick of a button there. We went full course yellow for maybe 5 seconds. I thought that could be very exciting with teams diving into the pits to try and save some time. But no, green flag immediately comes back on. No time saved for pit stops. Alessia, though, they are now in for their third and final pit stop of the day. So this will be it, I believe, for the number 40 championship leaders in the clubman class. Number 4, sorry, my apologies. Oh no, it is number 3. Okay, I was going to say, if it was 4, you've done one too many. So, in for the third stop for Team Alessia and the number 40. We team from second place in the class, and getting a bit of exuberant there with the pushing down the pit lane. How was your trip, sir? Driver back into the number 40. And back out on circuit, then I imagine that driver will be taking us to the checkered flag. For Team Alessia, 1 hour and 26 minutes stint. It's going to be a tough one behind the wheel of the car, but it's what Alessia need to try and take home the class win and look to try and put themselves in the best possible stead, ready for the final round next month. Here comes team number 84 into the pit lane as well. As this is Sigray Juniors, of course, had that issue earlier on. They were up right near the sharp end earlier on in the Cup and Pass. But with that Nassau power becoming the task, they dropped them down the order. They're trying to fight back up to a podium place. They rejoined in P21 overall then. Let's spot that one down. 84 Sigray Juniors, second stop complete. They've still got one more that they owe us later on in this race. Who's that? Is that the number 95 into the fuel bay? Let's mark them down on my sheets. 95 of FBD Racing. Again, that's their second stop of the day. NBD hits from second place in the pro class at the moment. In a really good race at team number 95. So as the new driver hops in, it's just some lead needing to be taken off the pass, it seems. So a little bit of time lost just doing that. It's a difficult process, or it can be. Getting into the end of the pit lane, engines restarted, and back out into the race goes NBD Racing. They rejoin the track in P14 overall. Crucially, just ahead of 37 of Monkey Motorsport. It's a little bit of free air then in P14 as they rejoin the track. More drivers in. Now, is this the number 10 of Ulverson Autos potentially? Yes, it is. The 10 of Ulverson Autos. For a pit stop there. Again, their second stop of the day. I imagine they'll be doing a driver change. Pitting from P5 overall, which on track was P4 in the Superclass. I think actually will end up being P5 or maybe even P6 in the Superclass. So wait and see how that all plays out. There's still a lot of variables to work out by the checkered flag, see where they actually end up. But one driver out of the car, new driver in, struggling to get that right engine on. They managed to do so. Back out onto the track, go Ulverson Autos. They pitted from P5. They get back out on circuit in P11. So 6 places lost on the road. And of course, waiting for a lot more pit stops to happen. Waiting for it all sort of out. As we close in on 1 hour left of this race. 1 hour and 20 minutes left to go now on the clock. Still very much all to play for out there on circuit. Right then, starting to get a little bit busy once again down in the pit lane. I think we're closing in on, for a lot of teams, just their second pit stops, and for some, their third and final pit stops. And this is where that strategy comes into play as well. Some teams probably feeling that longer initial stints are better, and then filing in with a couple of quick pit stops at the end. Other teams doing almost the opposite of that, doing some more regular pit stops early on, and then leaving those long stints to the end of the race. Now this is going to be interesting. We've got a couple of teams coming into the pit lane, and it's all a bit crowded. We've got 2 teams blocking almost the entire the size of the pit lane here. KTM trying to get themselves back out on something. It's not like that's going to happen anytime soon, sadly for them. The 238 trying to get themselves restarted and back out on circuit. Here's the 33 BRM squad back into the pit lane. And it's going to be difficult, that's all. Maybe two drivers getting run over. That's the 1-2-1. That's the RAF squad who are in. Yeah, RAF Balkans in for their final pit stop of the race. The RAF Balkans, new driver into the car then. They head back out onto the circuit. So that's their second pit stop of the day for the RAF Balkans. New driver into the car once again. They rejoin the circuit. I believe it's that down in 20th place for the RAF Balkans. That'll be 7th place in class now. With 2 pit stops completed, I do think they still owe us another one in the last hour or so of this race. That looks to be the March Racing squad, who are now into the pits as well. 53 taking on a bit more fuel. It looks as though possibly a driver change as well. Yes, it is. One driver out and a new driver in. March Racing, I think another pit stop is flat. That is their second pit stop of the day as well. So you get another team running a little bit long in this race. I think maybe for some of these teams where they're only just completing their secondary pit stop, it's likely going to be that this driver who's getting in now is going in until the end of the race, and all they're going to do is at some point during this last stint, when it works for them, come in, don't put any fuel in because you've already done it in the first 2 stops, and all you do is come in, weigh yourself, come to the end of the pit lane, jump out, run around, jump back in, and go again. Now that depends on how the race flows in this last stint of when you decide it's the right moment to make that decision and make that final pit stop. Number 12 in as well. They complete another pit stop. Already heading back out onto the circuit then, stepping bananas again. Their second pit stop of the race. Quite a few teams doing seemingly relatively similar strategies throughout this one. As with this slightly, obviously the weather being quite nice here at the Rye House Kart Raceway, relatively predictable strategies that are going on. No rain throwing spanner in the works. This is interesting though. Look at this top 3 on circuit, line astern as we head down into hairpin number 1. There were a couple of other drivers a few laps down getting involved. Funny enough, one of those being the 7 of DAD Racing. So could this be the thorn in the side of the 55? They actually waved them through, funnily enough. So 3rd place on the road, JND Racing. We do think that they've got a pit stop in hand. But they've just waved through the 7 of DAD Racing. They know that they're fast drivers out there. They're happy to sit behind clearly. And just ahead, 2nd on the road, Monkey Motorsport 73, just ahead of them. Number 2 heading on to services on that last lap was less than a second, separating the top 3 on track still. Impressive stuff here in the Rye House Pro Karting Series. Drivers still so close together. We've done 2 hours and 45 minutes of racing, and there's less than a second between the top 3. That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous here. Let's see how that plays out. Of course, even though I do think the 55 of J&D has a pit stop in hand, compared to the 2 karts ahead, this can be where it gets interesting. If they get a little bit scrappy out there, something happens between them, it could all go wrong very quickly. Here's the 81 then into the pits. So that'll be Race Super into, I believe, the 81. Sorry, Race Racing, yeah. Into the pits. That's their 3rd stop of the day. So that's a fuel and a driver change. I think that's probably going to be it for the number 81 Race Racing squad. But of course, we saw them get the black flag earlier, the only black flag of the race so far for that ABC takeout that we saw down at hairpin number 2. They finish their pit stops for the race, I do believe. Here's the 46 as well, get some fuel on board and having a driver change. So this being the Royal Navy squad, this is their 2nd pit stop of the race, I do believe. So they'll be owing us another one in this final stint as well, similarly to a few different teams. The Royal Navy squad back out on circuit, then new driver behind the wheel He rejoined in 8th place overall, still only 3rd in class. Impressive stuff from the Royal Navy squad. They've been really, really impressive so far today. They'll be hoping to continue that through this last stint. There's the number 11 now into the pits, getting some fuel on board. This being the Going Bananas squad. I personally have this down as their 3rd pit stop of the race so far. So I think this could be it for Going Bananas in terms of pit stops during this one. So final driver jumping in, potentially with an hour and 15 minutes ahead of them behind the wheel of that number 11 car. Hold on a second, it's not the 55 that's in again for fuel. Hold on a second, I thought they'd done all of their stops. This could be, no, tell a lie, I tell a lie. They've done 2, they still have 1 to go, and it should be a fuel stop, and that's exactly what they're doing. So, kind of an early final pit stop then for JND Racing. This should be it. It should be 3 and done here for the effective race leaders. They were P3 upon pitting there. But I think the right thing to do there in terms of strategy, pitting early on in this race stint, when you've got the 2 drivers that you're battling with at the end of the day, right in front of you, all they're going to do is try and hold you up. So you might as well get out of their way, just get the pit stop done and dusted, get everything sorted, and go into that final pit stop, and go into that final stint as well, I should say. As one driver's out, new driver is in, and again, looking at about an hour and 15 minutes, unstopped there for the driver that heading back out onto the circuit. So JND Racing rejoining the track, still in 3rd place. That's unbelievable. Still in 3rd place on the road for JND Racing. I think they might have actually just gotten overtaken by the 10 of Alderson Autos, but pretty much there and thereabouts. I'll tell a lie, Alderson Autos down in 9th, so that would have just been an unlapping for Alderson Autos. But still 3rd place on the road then, despite having an extra pit stop. And now I think, is that 2 extra pit stops over the number 2? It is, yeah. So they're now 2 pit stops clear and only about a lap or so behind, a lap and a half behind the 2 leaders. Impressive stuff. There is the number 4, exiting the pits again. So that's GKD's 2nd stop of the day. I definitely saw them do a driver change. Was there any fuel put on board there for the number 4? And in 43, leads me to believe that probably was for a minute or so lost on that one. I'm going to put fuel in the driver change, but as I say, hugely matter. It's just really on time loss. I'm trying to keep up to date with what's going on there. So another one of your contenders for the win then, getting the fuel stop done and dusted there. So Racing. Stop. That's their 2nd of the day. So 207 Orange 2 Racing there. Your leaders in the club and classes. That was a big tank slapper out the final corner there for the 82. Ray Clubman nearly lose it into the barriers on the exit of the final corner. They're going to get proper sideways. Ray Clubman just about keeping it out of the tyre wall. Bit of a squeaky bum moment that was for Ray Clubman, but they managed to keep on going. And they live to fight another day. Here is that helicopter service to into the pits? Yes, it is. So the number 2 giving us their 2nd pit stop of the day then. Not too long after GKT give us their 2nd pit stop of the day. So again, another team that I think will be doing this pit stop, carrying on with 1 driver for the final stint, but then just diving in at some point during this final hour to have that 3rd pit stop done and dusted, then head back out. Of course, there's no, I don't believe anyway, unless it's changed, there's no rules on when you can do that final pit stop. It can be on the last lap. So we'll wait and see how the strategies play out during this final stint. Our new driver in the car for the number 2 helicopter services, they get back out onto the track. Mr. Philippiak into the car he goes. Yeah, I remember that name from 2-stroke racing. We'll see how he cracks on behind the wheel of the number 2 then. They have completed 2 pit stops. So, who are we waiting on then? TAT Racing, I think we're waiting for them to give us their 2nd pit stop. Same with Monkey Motorsport 73. And same with the 18th Scoop of Ray Clubman. So I say that, they're into the pits now. Yeah, I think that's them at the fuel bay, at least according to my live timing. So, yeah, after having that big tank slapper out the final corner, driver a break up. Besides, that scared me a lot. I'm going to come to the pits now and give the car to someone else. So they complete their second of three mandatory pit stops of the day. So we're still waiting on your current race leaders on track out there, the 73 of Monkey Motorsport to give us their second pit stop, and also the number 7 of DAT Racing to give us their second pit stop of the day as well. Here come the 82 to the end of the pit lane there. And after those pit stops, so I believe Helicopter Services have completed 2 of 3 pit stops, and J&D have completed all 3 of their pit stops in this race. After those, J&D only 3.5 seconds behind Helicopter Services. Now that was 4 seconds on the last lap. They just closed in by nearly half a second on Helicopter Services on that last lap alone of J&D. But clearly still able to turn on the burners, despite being what I think is in a pretty comfortable lead once all things are said and done. Next to 10 minutes to go until we get to 1 hour left to go in this race. We'll be 3 hours down in terms of racing. And what a race it's been so far. Battles galore up and down the order, and certainly not shy of any calamities as well for a few different teams. Mechanical issues, some serious scraps out there on the black stuff as well, and a couple of drivers getting chucked off of that black stuff at times. But goodness, it's been exciting from the commentary box. I hope it's been just as exciting, both if you're watching here at the circuit, but also if you're watching at home on the live stream. Thank you all for joining us on the live stream on the RHPK YouTube channel. Of course, to remind you all, we are still live over on the RHPK YouTube channel, covering the racing here today at round number 8. If you've been enjoying the coverage of this race, make sure you drop a like on the stream and also subscribe to the channel as well, because I'm sure Mark will be trying to do this again at the final round next time out next month. There is the 7 of DAT Racing giving us their second stop of the day then. Didn't see whether it was fuel. It definitely wasn't the driver change. Didn't see whether it was fuel or not there for number 7, but either way, 2 stops now completed, 1 more still to go at the end of this race. And yeah, definitely still the same driver in the car, because they're immediately back on its sending moves down at hairpin number 1. No need to get up to speed for that driver as he gets back in an amongst it. And another car into the pits then. It's going to be the 3rd and final pit stop for one of our teams. I don't think it's the leaders. It might be the leaders, actually. No, it's definitely not the leaders. They're still lapping around. It's Wraith Pro. I thought it was one of the Wraith cars. The 83 of Wraith Pro are in for their final stop of the day. They got fuel on their first stop. Only a driver change on the second stop. This one has to be a fuel and a driver change in order for the car to get to the end of the race. So there's another car. Here are your leaders. Your current race leaders on circuit, the 73 of Monkey Motorsport, are into the pit lane then. I think they've skipped straight past the fuel bay. They have skipped straight past the fuel bay, so I must have missed on the first stop, so I didn't put down some fuel stop on the first time of asking. And this one's definitely just going to be a driver change for Monkey Motorsport. That was a quick one for Monkey Motorsport. They're straight back out. 1 minute and 12 with no fuel. Great stop there for Monkey Motorsport. And they're still in the overall lead of the race out on circuit. Now, I will say, I do believe they still owe us that pit stop later on. I think it's only 2 of 3 for 73 of Monkey Motorsport, which would make sense, because they're still a good distance ahead of J&D Racing, who I do think still are comfortably in the lead of this race. When all things are said and done, Wraith Pro exiting the pits though, they, I believe, are done and dusted in terms of pit stops. So the driver who heads out there for the number 83 is out there for the remainder of the race around this track. Drivers now have completed 250 laps. Monkey Motorsport number 73 just clocks over 250 laps around this 740 metre Right House Car Raceway as we close in towards 1 hour left to go of racing here for round number 8 of the Right House Pro Karting Series. Are we expecting a second stop really? I think that's all done and dusted in terms of second stops. Yes, it is. So we're just waiting on the 3rd stop from now quite a few teams. But how that's going to play out, most teams have done it where they fueled on their first 2 stops. that means they could just do a rush into the pits for that final stop. And whether that is a driver change or not, likely no fuel, but then either a driver change maybe, or maybe just a jump out, run around the car, and jump back in. That shouldn't lose you or gain you any time, whether you do driver change or not, really. Either way, saving some time by doing that fuel stop early on. At least that's what teams will be hoping. Where are DAD Racing? According to the live timing, they're not lapping around the circuit. On the number 7 back into the pits yet again. DAD Racing having that issue on the weight scales and their first pit stop. Now my wondering is they're having weight scale issues again for that number 7 car. I can see a lot of people crowded around the car at the end of the pit lane. So many people crowded around it, I cannot tell you which car that is. Either way, lots of action going on there down at the end of the pit lane. It could be perhaps the worst for Dan Racing after that incredibly impressive first stint of the race. So that's a bit archy-bargy there. That was Alessia Prime trying to send it down the inside of hairpin number 1 on Bad Racing. Nearly forced Bad Racing out to the barrier on the outside. And Bad Racing, fair enough, we're pretty angry with that move there from Alessia Prime. Unnecessarily aggressive there. Overtaking the back marker, there's a number of laps down. Actually probably lost both quite a bit of time there with that little mistake from Alessia Prime. But either way, they press on. As I was saying, DAD Racing, at one point they'd gone from last to first. That's the first time I've seen that on a live timing. Bad Racing. We did say they got a bit frustrated there with Alessia Prime with that move. They've been given a warning, and the description for the warning is gestures. That's the first time I've seen that one on a live timing stream. I think they've given you a bit of a warning on the steward sheet. I think it was fair enough for them to be aggrieved at that move from Alessia Prime, but I can understand wanting to keep it fair and PG out there on circuit in terms of communication between the drivers. Through the rest of this stint, I think we're almost closing in on that 1 hour mark now. Just under 1 hour and 3 minutes left to go. Still all to play for though. Right, we've got more drivers in the pits. The number 11 of Going Bananas is in. Straight into the fuel bay for the number 11 then. There's that car getting pushed down. Just what it is. Is it the AD Racing? I can't still quite see. Hold on a second. No, that's the 73 that's in. Hold on, 2 ticks. 2 seconds of Lamb's tail. That's the 73 that's in, is it not? Yes, it is. So again, from the lead of the race, this is going to be the final stop then for the 73 squad. Again, it didn't take any fuel last time. This will be the third and final stop of the 73. They'll take some fuel. Now, I can't see a driver getting ready. It's all nearly come together with another car trying to get back down the circuit. That is the 11 of Go Bananas. There, and that's what I'm saying, but that steering is quite not right on that number 11 car. So something really going wrong with the 11. There goes Monkey Motorsport though, the 73. Same driver stays in, so just a fuel change on the final stop there. Where do they really join? They join in 4th place overall. Alessia Prime have also completed all their stops, and they are ahead of them, only by 4.5 seconds though. So after all 3 pit stops and all fuel stops are said and done, Alessia Prime are in 3rd overall, but only by 4.5 seconds ahead of Monkey Motorsport. Now Going Bananas, gutting for them, the number 11 there, stuck in the pit lane. So I think it was there. It was stuck at the end of the pits that whole time with those issues. But up, but pretty close to the top 10, I want to say. Out with the edge of the top 10. Been a good race. They've done all their 3 pit stops. All the strategy was out of the window now. It's all gone wrong. That steering column looked very, very wobbly for the number 11. So potentially that being the issue. I'm not 100% sure. Difficult for me to see from this far away. But either way, gutting for the number 11 squad. And gutting for that driver as well. I haven't seen him out in the number 11 car yet today, I don't think. And we've got about 10 minutes into the stint, and he's had to pull it straight back into the pit lane. It's really gutting. We're Going Bananas. Here's the 46 into the pits once again. So I don't think any fuel or driver change there for the 46. Let's mark that down though. Royal Navy, their final pit stop. So yeah, they've only done 2 fuel changes. 2 fuel stops, both with a driver change. So this is simply the driver coming in, getting that final pit stop done, no fuel, no driver change, carrying on to the end of the race. But here we go then. We are closing in and over the 1 hour to go mark. Now, the running order a little bit mishmashed at the moment, just because we've still got a few drivers out of kilter, depending on when they decide to do the pit stops. But we'll still run you through the overall running order as we head into the last hour of racing here for round number 8 of the Rye House Pro Karting Series in 2024. So leading the race out on circuit anyway currently is the number 2 of Helicopter Services, but in behind them in second place overall, only 3 seconds off of the lead at the moment, JNT Racing. Sorry, call that 2.5 seconds, as they just closed in by another 3/4 of a second on that last lap. And JNT Racing are the leading cars to have completed all 3 pit stops. Third place overall at the moment, again having completed all 3 pit stops, are Alessia Prime. 4th place overall, and your leaders in the Pro Plus at the moment, 22 of Purple Infinity. And behind them, rounding out the top 5, are the 73 of Monkey Motorsport. Then it's PKD Racing and Alderson Auto Second, 6th and 7th respectively, followed by 2nd and 3rd place at the moment in the Pro Class, MPD Racing and Royal Navy. But Royal Navy have now completed all 3 pit stops. Could they challenge Purple Infinity for this class win? We'll have to wait and see over this last hour of racing. Monkey Motorsport number 37 finished the top 10 overall for the moment, with March Racing just outside of it in P11. Great Pro there in 12th place. With Team Alessia, they just got through on 207 Orange Tree Racing. This is so close for the lead in the Clubman class. Across the line, there was half a tenth of a second in it between those two as they battle for the Clubman class win. Currently going the way of Team Alessia, but Orange Tree, 207 Orange Tree Racing, they're going to want it back. We'll wait and see how that one plays out across these last laps of the race. I think that was them going side by side again. I think it might have just been a couple of tenths of a second between those two as they came across the start-finish line. There they are, down into the first hairpin, and now actually Alessia put a car in between themselves. March Racing are in between them. So there's a lap difference between them. Alessia creates a little guard for their win in the Clubman class at the moment, ahead of 207 OHG Racing. Slippy Bananas currently 3rd in that Clubman class. Dr. Auto 16th overall, just outside of that Clubman podium, followed by Ray Clubman, then Ray Racing, RAF Falcons, and C Ray Juniors round up the top 20, followed by No Bananas, One Custom Motorsport Design, then TAT Racing and KTM, who are currently napping around the circuit, then BRM Racing, who are out on track, then CNOS Clubman, who aren't, and then BAD Racing, who are. So a lot of teams with some difficulties throughout today's action. I will say, BAM Racing are only 1 lap off of CNOS Clubman, so in only a lap or so's time, because they're still going around and CNOS Clubman aren't, they'll steal away 26th place. Well, that's it. 27 runners started this race. We currently have 3 of them in the pit lane, so 24 still out on track for the moment. We'll wait and see. Hopefully we can see all 27 see the checkered flag. But that might be a bit of wishful thinking with the issues that some cars have seen so far in today's racing. But as I've said so many times, what a race it's been so far in this one. We've got just less than an hour still to go. So with just over 50 minutes left to go on the clock then, still helicopter services leading this race on track. Only 2.5 seconds ahead of J&D Racing on track though. And we are still expecting that pit stop to come. Helicopter service at some point in this last hour of racing. And we did just see as well, during my little break there from commentary, Purple Infinity, number 22, and they came in for their final stop of the day to pop some fuel into the cars. That was their third and final stop of the day, and even after making that third and final stop of the day, they are still in the lead of the class by over 17 seconds. That's crazy. What a race from Purple Infinity. Again, it looks as though we've had some standout performances in both the Super Class and the Pro Class. Teams running away with it. However, in the Government Class, it's been a little bit closer. When I say a little bit closer, ridiculously close. It's changed once again on the last lap. 207 Orange Tree Racing have got back through on Team Alessia. So that battle absolutely going down to the wire here at the Rye House Kart Raceway. 207 Orange Tree Racing trying to find a way through on a few back markers. They get through on Bad Racing, the number 39. They've got the number 6 of Dr. Autos as well, as Bad Racing allow both 207 and Alessia through. And Dr. Autos is in 4th place in the class. Yeah, that down on these two already. If they get overtaken now, they'll then be 2 laps down on these two leaders in the Clubman class. 207 Racing, sadly, do owe us another pit stop. I say sadly. Sadly, from an outsider's perspective, for Alessia, they're very happy about that because I think they've done all 3 of their pit stops, whereas 207 Orange Street still needing to give us another one, which will mean Alessia should be pretty home and dry here in the Clubman class. So although it's nice and close out there on circuit at the moment, I think by the end of this race, they don't need to worry too much about how close it is at the moment. But the need for 207 to give us another pit stop, they should be pretty home and dry. And if so, that will mean that we'll have all 3 classes having a pretty obvious winner here today at round number 8. Impressive stuff. Have teams across all 3 classes having standout performances throughout this race. Into the pits then, that's Singway Juniors having another pit stop. These 4. That is with their final pit stop of the day. They've already done 2 fuel stops and 2 driver changes. I think that was simply just a pit, hop up and out the car, run around and jump back in and back in for the rest of that 45-minute stint out there on circuit. Got services though, they've extended that gap out the front to be fair a little bit. It was 2.5 seconds, now it's about 3.5 seconds. About a 10 or so bit back from J&D on the last lap, but they seem to sort of be trading times to the front of the order. 2 teams on that last lap in the 40s, J&D and GKD Racing. GKD have closed that gap nicely now. Give about a lap and a half between themselves and J&D, who will become the effective race leaders once we see helicopter services make that last stop, but that they still owe us. An interesting race. Of course, we've had great battling out there. I mean, throughout this race, there's been battles galore up and down the order, but not only that. Well, they missed as well from doing all of the sort of car cups. It's that strategic element of racing. thoroughly enjoy that about my own personal racing out in cars. I love the strategic element of endurance racing, of okay, the battle might not be going your way on track, but you know you can make it up because you've done this earlier on in the race, and that plays into your strategy here and there and whatnot. It makes it so exciting when you're properly involved with what's going on in the race. It's that being not joining you all for previous rounds of RHPKs. It's round number 5 earlier on this season. It's great to be back, and what a race I'm treated to, what a race you've all been treated to as well, both beside the circuit and if you're watching at home on the live stream. Thank you very much for joining us once again. Decently consistent viewership over on the live stream throughout today. Don't forget, make sure you share it with any loved ones, friends and family and whatnot who might enjoy keeping up to date with the action. Out on circuit today, still 45 minutes left of this race to go for them to catch the exciting finale of this race. Of course, not the finale of the season. We've still got one more round to go next month. That is really where the championships are going to come into play. Now, while we wait for more drivers to come in to serve those final pit stops of the race, let's have a little look at the championship standings then. So, of course, 207 RHP Racing currently in the lead of the Clubman class in terms of this race. However, they do owe us that pit stop. So, Alessia, having completed all 3 pit stops, are likely going to take the maximum points here for the Clubman class drivers. And being already in the lead of the championship, this is really going to help them out going into the last round. And funnily enough, it's those two who are battling for the championship. Coming into today's action, Alessia on 212 points, 207 RHP Racing on 201 points. Now, we'll see what happens when those last pit stops are done. Let me just double check. Simply Bananas giving us 3 pit stops, or only 2. Let's have a look. Only 2 as well for Simply Bananas. Dr. Waters, yeah, they've only given us 2 as well. And they think you can do a fuel stop as well. So it likely will still finish with 207 RHP Racing in second place. So not a huge amount of points gained by Alessia. However, if they've done this early pit stop, if they're able to jump some of the pro or even super class runners who are a few positions ahead of them, that will give them those extra points, because again, the points start on overall finishing position, not on class finishing position. And that could still mean that they get a little bit extra advantage in the championship standings going into the final round. They'll definitely have an advantage. Coming into today, it was 11 points that advantage. Then going into the next round, they're going to be looking at something more like 15, 16, 17, 18, that kind of area of points. They're going into the final round. And that'll really mean it'll be a case of just finish the race for Alessia in the next one. And if it comes down to that kind of point margin. As long as they can finish in a relatively decent position, they don't need to win the race. As long as they finish sort of 5th, 6th in class, likely they'll probably still wrap up the championship. But of course, no one wants to win a championship finishing in 5th or 6th place. You want to cap off the championship with a bang, finish on a high, but hey, we'll wait and see. I can't wait to check the standings and see how that all ends up playing out in the final round next month. We've got to the pro class. Now, March Racing were leading the class coming into today, and we know now March Racing were moved up into the super class going into today's action. Currently sitting in P10 overall, doing a decent job out there on circuit, and I will say, I think they've got their fastest driver behind the wheel now for this final very long stint. I think he got it with about an hour and a half to go. And yeah, last lap in the low 41s, at their personal fastest lap of 40.995. But another team to drop down into the 40s now, completed on lap 224, so about 40, 50 laps to go or so. Impressive stuff from that driver who's now behind the wheel. But that's the standings, sorry. Monkey Motorsport number 37, the 226, are now effectively leading the standings with 226 points going into today. So an 11-point margin over Going Bananas in the number 11. Now, Going Bananas down in 20th place at the moment, 10 laps off the leader. Now, I want to say Going Bananas completed all their pit stops. They have. So Going Bananas have completed all pit stops. Don't think the 37 of Monkey Motorsport have, no, they haven't. So they start off with a pit stop, but I think they're, what, 2-3 laps ahead, or more than that, yeah. Well, like 5 or 6 laps ahead, more realistically. They're not going to lose that in pit stop, so no bananas, although they should gain a number of points back over these final pit stops for other teams, still not going to help in terms of the championship charge towards Monkey Motorsport 37. But either way, they are only in 4th place in class at the moment in this race, on the same number of pit stops as the 3 cars that are ahead of them. One of those being 3rd place in the championship, 200 points coming into today for FPD Racing. They're second in class at the moment, up in P7 overall. A good day so far for them. And then Purple Infinity, 194 points, only 6 points then further behind. Again, 1 place ahead of them, 6th place overall, leading the class in this final hour of the race. So it's all going to be chopping and changing a little bit in the pro class heading into the final round. I think it could be pretty close in terms of points going into that final round. So interesting to see how that one plays out. Round number 9 next month. Then on to the Supers. Coming into today, Helicopter Services leading the standings on 295 points. Alessia Prime, the closest challengers, on 272. They're currently looking at 3rd place on the road at the moment, but I think that will turn to 2nd place once Helicopter Services give us that final pick, so it's going to be close as to who's 2nd, 3rd and 4th between Alessia Prime, Helicopter Services and Monkey Motorsport number 73. GKD look to be taking away more points from them as well. They're 6th in the standings, 211 going into today in terms of points. Of course, got scuppered by that mechanical middle of the race. Down with it nice and fast, but it still has been an uphill battle ever since then, fighting back into P5, but it has been quite a struggle for GKD. Now, JND, they are looking like they're going to clean sweep this race. They've got nearly 30 seconds ahead of Alessia Prime. They're only 3.5 seconds behind Helicopter Service at the moment, but they don't owe us any more pit stops, which looks like it should be. I don't want to commentate as person, but an easy maximum points here, and also they do have the fastest lap, and that's worth an extra point. So potentially 51 points for today's racing from J&D on 259 coming into today. So they were 34 points behind coming into today. Now they're not going to gain 34 points on Helicopter Services, far from it. If they finish even 3rd or 4th, it's only going to be maybe, what's that, 6 or 7 points gained maybe on Helicopter Services. So still, it's going to be tough. Even with Helicopter Services not winning today outright, still getting up into the sort of top 3, top 4, is going to see them going into the final round in the top spot and looking difficult to beat them. As soon as that just come out the pit, it's just on a slow lap. Someone definitely just came out the pits. Who was that? The timing just hasn't updated with anyone coming out the pit thing. Potentially the 30, 39? Yeah, the 39 of bad racing. Different driver on board the 39 of bad racing. They got back out of the pit lane. So, as I was saying, Helicopter Services looking like they've still got it under wraps going into the final round of the season. And Alessia Prime have closed in a little bit, so have JND a little bit, but not really enough to challenge them into that final round. Again, unless everything goes all wrong, similarly to Alessia in the Clubman class, it's kind of a case of just have a decent race. It doesn't need to be anything particularly outstanding, but as long as you have a decent race in that final round, I think the championship should go to Helicopter Services. And of course, running the number 2 plate this year, finishing in 2nd place in the standings in 2023, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to double check that now, so I don't like an idiot if I'm wrong. Indeed, yeah, Helicopter Services 2nd place. So they were 3rd place in 2022. They were 2nd place in 2023. Now, it would be 1st place in 2024. That would be a lovely run from 3rd to 2nd to 1st over the years. Of course, last year and many previous years, we had Spectre PKS. Sad to see them, of course, known as Team Spectre as well at different times. They were ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. No one could challenge them at the top of the standings. I mean, I can see their results in 2023. A win and fastest lap. 3rd place, a win with pole and fastest lap. A win with pole and fastest lap. A win with pole and fastest lap. Ridiculous. Respect to PKS. I think everyone was. We love them being there, but everyone who battled against them was probably quite happy to to see them go and go, okay, right, we actually have a chance to try and win some races now. Because Helicopter Services last year finished in second place overall with not a single race win under their belts. In the rounds where RHPK didn't win, but they came, Aqueduct's third place, it was second place. So they got all wins except one round where they got second place. It's ridiculous. In that one, it was the 73 Monkey Motorsport car that took the win away from them. So wow. RHPK is not competing this year, though, hence why you don't see anyone else on the circuit rocking the number 1 plate. Highest rated number being that number 2 plate of Helicopter Services with their second place finish in 2023. I'll be hoping that changes to a number 1 plate for 2025 next year. I'll be hoping to take home that all elusive RHPK title this season. But not only do they need to keep it on the black stuff in this race, they need to keep that positive momentum going into the final round next month in November, because not only are they trying to keep the points going well, but of course they took that last round as a definite drop round towards their score. So let me just double check. Yes, they have taken that anyway, even though just being their lowest score anyway, so they would have taken it nonetheless. But they are definitely taking it, even if they have an absolute stinker. I was going to say this round, it's not happening this round. Even if they have an absolute stinker next round, they have to take it. So they'll be hoping that doesn't happen, and that will really be the only way that anyone else can win the title overall this season. What's happened to 207 Orange Tree Racing? They're in the pits. Is it a mechanical issue? Is it simply a driver unable to continue? I think it might be the latter. Driver swapped out of the cart and is sitting by the pit wall. Now, I hope the driver's all okay, whatever's happened there, but 207 Orange Tree Racing, they're in the battle for the championship in the Clubman class, and this could be it all going away. One of the other drivers obviously thought his day was done in terms of racing. He's having to quickly get the race suit on, get his helmet suited and booted up, and get going again in the cars. And it'll be really difficult to switch yourself back on as well and get back out there and racing. Don't forget to do your little thing up on your suit. Driver who's hopping back in, you don't want that flapping around, going in the engine bits of compartments. I hope the driver's okay then. It's just hopped out of the 207 Orange Tree Racing. That is another stop done then for the 207s. Let's go over to the Excel documents. So we were expecting them once again, not necessarily though for a driver ticket, they've already done 2. So a 3-driver team likely was that was them going to the end really. But clearly the driver with something amiss. I don't want to speculate what it is, but hopefully they're all okay. Nearly a spin there down at hairpin number 1, that's the number 12. Almost pirouetting down at hairpin number 1. That's Simply Bananas, who now find themselves in second place in the Clubman class. So with all of that, with 207 Orange Tree Racing completing that stop, they've dropped down to P4 in the Clubman class. That is 16th place overall, with a 2 minute and 17 stop. Now, we're used to seeing a 1 minute sort of 45 with fuel. So that's 30 seconds left on a fuel stop, let alone with a lot of teams leaving that final stop having no fuel. That's going to be a lot of time lost then for the 207 Orange Tree Racing team. They'll be hoping that there's a bit of a slow stop for Slipping Bananas and Dr. Auto to try and gain their way back into the top 3 in Clubman through this last half an hour of racing. As I say that, we are indeed closing in to the last half an hour of racing. 32 minutes on the clock left to go. Now, we've not seen DAD Racing, KTM, or Seanos Clubman out in a while. I know Seanos Clubman have been in and out of the pit about 1,000 times so far today, so they're probably not going any further. KTM had that mechanical where they parked it up on the exit of hairpin number 2 a number of laps ago. I can't see them going out onto the track anytime soon. And DAD Racing, interesting to see what happens with them, because obviously they had that issue with the weight scales earlier on. Now maybe they've come in again for their second stop, it's happened again, and maybe there's just something wrong with the car. So they were baffled as to why they weren't making weight. So we'll see how that one plays out, but maybe they just parked it up and said, right, something's in underway, we don't know why, we're just going to leave it for today. Here's the 95 though, in for their final stop of today's race. They pitted from second place in the Pro class, and FPD Racing marked them down, so that is their third and final stop of the day. They've already done 2 fuel stops, both had driver changes as well. So the same driver hops up and out of the cars, gets back in, For the final 30 minutes of running, drops FPD down to 10th place overall and 4th in the class. They were second before that round of pit stops, but I believe everyone around them, don't need to give them one. They're in a battle with Royal Navy and Monkey Motorsport 37. Let's have a look at there. Royal Navy don't know a pit stop either. However, Monkey Motorsport number 37 wasn't a pit stop. And that is just going to be exactly the same as what we've seen there from FBD Racing, where they've already done fuel and driver changes on the first 2 stops. So it's a straight battle here between FBD Racing and Monkey Motorsport number 37 for 3rd place in the pro class. I think the rest of it's pretty much sorted now, with Purple Infinity and Royal Navy both having already made all 3 pit stops. Purple Infinity in 6th, Royal Navy in 7th overall, 20-second gap between the two of them. So it looks like it's all pretty much said and done, barring any serious calamities over this last 30 minutes of racing. But the top 2 likely to be Purple Infinity and the Royal Navy squad. Still waiting on that final pit stop from Helicopter Services, GKP Racing, Dr. Autos, DAP Racing, who've been out of the race for a while now, so we can ignore them. The 12 of Slippery Bananas, who are 2nd place in common class at the moment. 37 of Monkey Motorsport, 53 of March Racing, the 82 of Ray Clubman, and the 121 of RAF Balkans. Who I'm looking out for in terms of those final pit stops out there on circuits. We are officially racing less than 30 minutes to go out there on circuit. Round 8 of the Ryan House Pro Karting Series in 2024 is coming to a close. And so it's the light here at Hoddesdon. We can just see the sun starting to drop down in the skyline now. Not the Nissan, the actual skyline. Soon it will be dropping down below the horizon as we head towards the night here, the October evening, as the nights begin to draw in here in the United Kingdom. That'll mean drivers really wanting to have tinted visors out there on circuit. I can see quite a few out there with non-tinted visors. And with where the sun is shining sort of from behind my commentary box, that will mean coming up towards Stadium Bend and also coming up towards hairpin number 2, the sun is really going to be shining straight in the eyes of the drivers with those clear visors on. So could that be a hindrance for any of them? That can sometimes cause little mistakes when drivers struggle to be able to see where they're going. Let's wait and see if it does catch any of them out. Right, we've got 2 drivers who have just come in for extra pit stops. Ray Covenant and RF, sorry, not extra pit stops, they're 3rd and final pit stops, sorry, to scare anyone supporting the Southern Circuit. So the 82 and the 121 then give us their 3rd and final pit stops. Both of those just straight to the end of the pits, up and out of the car, run around, get back in again. So they've both given us 2 fuel stops that were both driver changes in their first 2 stops of the race. So that is it. All pit stops done and dusted then for those 2 teams, the Ray Covenant squad and the RAF Balkans. Ray Covenant rejoined 18th overall and 5th in class. The RAF Balkans rejoined 20th overall and 6th place in that common class. Right then, with 25 minutes left to go in this race, still waiting on those third and final pit stops from a few different cars, one of those being your outright leaders in the race at the moment of helicopter services. They've been putting in some great pace though over the last few laps. It extended to nearly 5.5 seconds. And that last lap was a little bit of a slow one, 41.5 for themselves. J&D rating them behind at 41.1, so nearly half a second gain there on the last lap alone by J&D Racing. It sort of keeps going backwards and forwards. But either way, ultimately, helicopter ran a little bit faster over this last bit of the race. So you start to think maybe they had a bit of an easier first stint in the race. Of course, we saw them drop back over that first stint, starting in P2 and just getting shuffled back throughout the first few laps of the race down to about P6 before they started to find their rhythm and start to regain those places slowly but surely over that first stint. Maybe if they'd had a better run it over the first couple of laps, hadn't been the cork in the bottle to the rest of the battles in behind, maybe it could have been a very different race for them. But either way, we're still waiting on them to make that third and final stop and see where they end up amongst that top 5 of all the super class runners. Not necessarily in that top 5. Where do they end up? Will it be a podium still, or will they just slip outside of a podium? We'll have to wait and see. Keeping my eyes firmly on the dummy grid pit stop area. Closing towards 20 minutes left to go. Still plenty of teams owing us those final pit stops. Wait to see how that causes the orders to change in and amongst the class. You say you're relatively sure where things are going to end up, but still plenty of time for those to change. Of course, the mechanical parts of the car don't know how long they've been running for. They've got no idea. They could give up in the first lap of the race. They could give up in the last lap of the race. They've got no idea. Oh dear, bit of a traffic jam there down at the first hairpin. The sideboard-to-sideboard contact there, that was Dr. Autos and another driver. I think it's potentially one of the Wraith carts that was maybe. Not 100% sure, I won't call that one. It's all Dr. Autos still going side by side with one of the Monkey Motorsport cars and one of the banana cars. Come around the final corner. It's the 11, it is, that's one of the banana cars. That's Slippery Bananas, no, that's the 12. It's the 11 of Going Bananas, side by side, and that's actually a battle with Ray Putman, the 82. That is actually for position out there on circuit. So that's 39 going a bit slowly. It's bad racing, just trying to get out of the way to their scuffling RHPK family. How they managed to sort themselves out there. I think the rest of the drivers not on the same lap as these two. I think is it Ray Putman at the front of this training car, so that's very wide there for Dr. Autos. So yeah, it's Ray Putman at the front of this little queue of cars. Going Bananas actually looking for the move here, I think, down into the first couple of corners. Not able to get it done though, so this is a battle for position here on circuit. The battle for 18 goes down the inside, goes Going Bananas, sends it on the 82. Oh, he tries to slot it on the outside, the door closed by Going Bananas, and Ray Putman had to set them back into P19 then. No, I know they don't. They try and go around the outside down into Pylon. My goodness, what a little battle here in still the last few minutes of this race. No one giving up. But in terms of track position, I mean, they're not battling, they're in completely different classes. But of course, those overall points offered on overall position, these battles are still so key in the final part of the race. I will say as well, Dr. Autos and 207 Orange 2 Racing, they're involved in this as well. The number 6 and the 207 are the back of this train of cars. That's a battle for third place in the Clubman class as well. Double check the document and make sure that they both pretty pissed off. No, I think I'm still waiting for one from Dr. Autos. Gutted. Well, I mean, 207 RHPK Racing are going to be happy about that, because that'll mean that they go back into third place in the Clubman class. I was really looking forward to a little battle there in terms of class proceedings, but I do think Dr. Autos, one of their cars still owed me at least a pit stop. I've got it down that they would be a fuel stop as well, but I think if they've not fueled since the first pit stop, that would be mightily impressive So I'm not 100% sure I've noted everything correctly there. Trying to do about 10 things at once during an RHPK endurance race does mean some things go awry every now and then. So apologies if I've got any of this noted down incorrectly as we go into the last few minutes of this race. Less than 20 minutes now left to go on the clock. And this battle's still absolutely going on. That's really close. Oh, nearly spin over the line. Oh my goodness, that was close between two drivers. They clatter through the cone there on the exit of the pit straight. I think potentially the driver on the inside, on the outside, they're just not knowing the driver was there on the inside, but that was nearly a big off into the wall for a couple of our drivers. As it would have been the 82 and the 95, I think, who came together there. Ray Clubman and the 91 for FBD Racing. That was a close moment for both of them. Big slide across the front of the nose cone there for one of those two teams. Nearly a big off. We said it was getting feisty amongst this group, but that was a little bit too feisty. Drivers, they're doing it again. They're doing it again. The same two cars as they come across the line. Now I think they're going to get a pretty stern talking to after this one. Once, fair enough, you didn't know it was there. Twice, that was a bit too aggressive. And that was a lot of rubbing between the front nose cone of the 95 and the rear tyre of the 82. Now, was that enough rubbing to cause a puncture on the 82? We'll keep an eye on them. A little bit sliding through hairpin too, but I think that might have just been the standard slidiness. As they now move aside, they allow the 95 through, get a little bit more feisty with the driver who tries to follow them through as well. Oh my goodness. It is the last 20 minutes of the race, but the drivers, as crazy as ever. As crazy as ever, oh my goodness. Right then, well that's all sorts of settled down as the 95 manages to get through. 82 allows him through there, and it does seem as though tyres all relatively intact, if not with a little bit of gouging out on the rear end. But in behind, 207 still in amongst that battle. Then I think there's the rate. Like that position, no, there's a lap in between the two of those. So although their line of serve on circuit, there is still a lap between the two of them on my live timing. So that's not one to get excited about, sadly. Then who's with them as well? The 37 Monkey Motorsport cars. And so they are third place in the common class at the moment. Now, Royal Navy have completed their stops, haven't they? Yes, they have. And Monkey Motorsport, I don't think have. So although Monkey Motorsport closed it ever so slightly on the last lap, there's about 1.3 seconds between the 46 and the 37. I do think the 37 still owes us a pit stop, if my notes aren't mistaken. So, oh my goodness, we've nearly done it again. Two different drivers. That's the 40 and the 238 this time. And Alicia, the leaders in the club and class, nearly going straight across the front of the nose of another driver. How have we had that 3 times in the last 5 minutes? Drivers needing to be a little bit more careful out there on circuit. So that was the 238. I think was that Alexia making an overtake and then just cutting back across. Well, the stewards clearly think so. A warning goes out for Alexia. Alexia coming around the outside, then chopping back across in front of the 238 and nearly ripping the front nose cone off of the 238 there. To be fair, and again, a lot of rubbing on the rear left tyre. Alexia will be hoping that there's no puncture and they'll be as lucky as the 82 of Ray Cotman were earlier on. Well, I mean, literally like 2 or 3 minutes ago. But wow. I mean, super exciting throughout this race, but that's definitely a first for me. That is seeing the exact same incident 3 times in the space of about 5 or 6 minutes. I was needing to be a little bit careful, and we're at the end of the race here. But, of course, you're wanting to keep it nice and consistent and bring home a good result for your team. But and this is also where tensions can rise a little bit, and also you can lose your head a little bit, lose that concentration, and those small mistakes can come in. But it takes one small mistake for everything to go wrong. So drivers need to keep their eyes on the prize, keep pushing on, and keep consistent out there on circuit. They move to the inside there. That's the 46 and the 6. Dr. Auto's nearly getting forced out wide to the barrier as the 46 of the Royal Navy crew come through. Try and lose as little time as possible. Now, I did see the 40 car of Alessia gesticulating at his team members on the pit wall as he came round on the last lap. This time, though, not quite sure as to why the gesticulations were occurring there for Team Alessia, but either way, if they've cleared the 238, doesn't seem like it's done any damage to the tyre. It's really all they can ask for. In the last 15 minutes of this, I've got another contact warning coming in this time for Monkey Motorsport. Same time as that warning for Alessia, there was a contact warning for Brake Racing. 2 minutes before, contact warning for Brave Scotland. 1 minute before that, a contact warning for Helicopter Services. 2 minutes before that, a contact warning for JNT Racing. It's all got a little bit aggressive in the last sort of 5 or 6 minutes of this race. I was just needing to calm it down a little bit out there. We've only got a few minutes left to go. You've done 3 hours and 45 minutes of this race. Let's not chuck it all away with a silly move, with a silly penalty in the last 15 minutes of racing here at the Right House Kart Raceway. Still though, Helicopter Services leading this race, 5 seconds of the leader on track. Again, we're waiting for them to complete that last pit stop. I imagine I've seen Helicopter Services do it a lot, where they'll stay out until the last lap and then dive into the pits on the last lap, and then basically do a pit stop, come out of the pits and take the checkered flag and kind of see what ends up happening over that last lap. Maybe we're going to see that yet again out there on circuit. Still at the moment, Purple Infinity, they've definitely done all 3 pit stops. So they're looking good to take the win in the Pro class. And then Alessia, the number 40, again another car that's done all 3 of their pit stops. Sitting pretty, 6.8 seconds ahead of Stephanie Bananas, number 12, which still, I believe anyway, was a pit stop. So Alessia could be sitting pretty comfortably out there in front of the race. Hence why those issues on the start-finish straight, no need to do any of that. Just keep it nice and tidy. Take your time to make those moves. Just keep it on the black stuff and bring it home to the checkered flag. Not a huge amount of close battles, at least for actual position on the live timing anyway on their circuit. What am I saying? You can tell I've commented for 4 hours now. I'm not even making any sense. Not a huge amount of battles in terms of on the timing. The closest really, 2 seconds between Royal Navy in second in the Pro class and Monkey Motorsport 37 in third in the Pro class. However, as I mentioned before, Monkey Motorsport I do think owing us another pit stop over these last 10 minutes of the race. Otherwise, loads of battles going on out there on the circuit. They're just not necessarily for actual positions on the live timing and when the results get finalised after the race is all said and done. There is the number 2 coming through ahead, the number 1 now, Helicopter Services. Still setting consistently good times, just the same as JND Racing in second place. All consistently around that 41 second mark, both 41 deads on the last lap. Heading in towards the last 10 minutes of racing though. It all comes down to this. Keep it on that black stuff and hold on. We've only got 10 minutes left to go. 600 seconds. Quick maths. I actually have to double guess myself for a second there. That's poor. That's poor for me. My education should be better than that. Yeah, 600 more seconds of racing left to go then. Probably about 13, 14, maybe 15 more laps on this Right House Kart Raceway. Yeah, I'm right. Oh, more quick maths. 15 laps. 10 minutes is 15 laps. The drivers are doing a 40-second lap around the circuit. It's all still getting relatively feisty up there still. Sent down the inside for the 33 squad. They're trying to make a couple of few places. Now, I did see the BRM squad making us laps. Now, the next one they could pass is DAD Racing. They're 102 laps behind, but obviously they're not lapping around the circuit. 104 laps behind the BRM Racing, so they should very easily obviously get past, figuratively speaking. In terms of the live timing, they're getting past, up into 23rd. A few more points for them to add to the championship tally, which is what you want to see. Drivers doing their best to get the cars back out on track, make the most of it and carry on. Who's going slowly there down at in number 2. Someone's lost an engine out there, and I can't quite see who it is. Is it the 83 potentially? I think it is. I think it is the 83 of Ray Pro maybe, who might have lost an engine. Have they stayed back up now, or are they still struggling out of the final corner, shaking their head as they come to the start finish line? No, it is the right engine. They can't seem to get a restart, and they're definitely slow over the start finish straight. A 52-second lap on the last lap, 10 seconds, over 10 seconds lost on their rivals out there on the circuit. They're still in P12 at the moment, but Alessia, number 40, is closing them down. Yeah, they're pulling over to sort of the side to let these drivers through. They're going to lose places on track, and as I've said so many times, there goes Alessia around the outside. So that is a position on circuit, and that is points lost for their championship tally for Race Pro. But Alessia have gone wide. What's happened there? Let's see if just giving them back the place. I'm really confused now. They seem to be back up to speed now to the Raid Pro cards. But Alessia waved them back through there in sector number 3. I'm a bit stumped there. I'm just going to let that one carry on. Pretend that didn't happen. So Raid Pro still in 12 then. Alessia still in 13th overall. But unless I'm going crazy here, I swear we're still expecting a lot of pit stops here in this final 8 minutes of the race. Unless I've wildly miscalculated what a lot of the teams are doing here. There's going to be a lot of last lap dashes here into the pits. Wait and see how this one plays out. All still could be pretty chaotic at the end of this one, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere. Keep your eyes peeled here for the final 8 minutes of round 8 on the Riot House Pro Karting Series. Let's have a look. I'm just going to double check right now. I'm at the pits at the moment. I can see a few drivers at least suiting up now down there, so we'll wait and see how this one plays out. Right, at least according to my notes, we're still waiting for the pit stop from Helicopter Services, GKT Racing, Dr. Autos, Slippery Bananas, Monkey Motorsport 37, March Racing the 53, and that's it. That's it in terms of drivers up near the sharp end of the order, where they could change things around. We're still waiting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, 5 cars I'm still expecting to come in this last 8 minutes of racing, so let's see how this one plays out. Right, another warning's gone out for racing number 81. As that position did change on the last lap finally, and let's see how I've got through on Raid Pro. What I said about change in terms of points to the standings finally does actually come into play. Yeah, Slippery Bananas are only about 3.5 seconds off of Alessia, but again, expecting a pit stop here from Slippery Bananas and Dr. Autos, DR Autos, still don't know what it is, sorry, team number 6. In second and third place in that clubroom class. I'm expecting a pit stop from both of them. Now, 207 Orange Tree Racing, of course, I think their third pit stop was a bit unplanned, but it still worked as a third pit stop. And although they probably lost 30 seconds to a minute on that stop, they should still be okay here to get past Slippery Bananas and Dr. Autos. TR Autos, when they come through, I think they should still get at least third place. I think they're still a lap and a half or 2 laps behind Slippery Bananas, so they might have lost second place because of that little issue they had with the minute or so lost. 30 seconds to a minute, that is about a lap, isn't it, realistically? So I think they might have lost second place out to Slippery Bananas still. The TR Autos, if they do have to come in, will lose out that final spot on the podium to 207 Orange Tree Racing. Another warning goes out, this time to the 46 Royal Navy crew. So they need to be a bit careful. They're only on 6 tenths behind Monkey Motorsport 37. I think that's going to pass on track like this. I think that might be. I think Monkey Motorsport 37 managed to get through. But again, that's another team I'm expecting to come in for another pit stop here in the last few minutes. That's all dear. Sad to see the 33 once again. It's a bit like they needed to do one more lap. They needed to do one more lap, and they would have got the points, the extra points away from was it Kate? No, it was TAP Racing who were a lap ahead of them, but both out of the race pretty much now. Sadly, I don't think they're going to be able to get it back out with 5 minutes left to go on the clock. A couple of drivers now waiting down in the dummy grid. Of course, you don't have to do a driver change. You can do this whole race by yourself. I mean, why would you want to do 4 hours out of the pro car? You've got to be insane, but there's no rule over how many times you do a driver change, how many times you do fuel stops. You just got to do 3 stops in the pit lane. Right, we've got someone in. That looks like March Racing are in. Yes, they are. Right, March Racing. you are going to be ticked off my list. Yes, and good as well. That's one of the teams that I was actually expecting to come in, so that's good. If it had been what I wasn't expecting, I would have been really thrown up. For March Racing, that's third and final stop done and dusted then for March Racing. I think they came into the pits in ninth. I think they've come out to the pits in ninth as well. So it seems to have worked out quite well. MVP Racing might be hot on their tails though. So the 46. Sorry, did I say? No, I did. Yeah. Sorry, the 95 MVP Racing. Yes, they've beaten all three stops. So that's going to be a little battle for ninth place. Now, although it's not a battle for the class, it will be again a battle for those points for the championship. And with these being some of the championship contenders, it could be all important when it comes to the end of the race next round in November. There's the number 12 now in again, another driver I wasn't expecting to come in. Driver change complete. Final third stop done for Slippery Bananas. They do come out still in second place in the class, so that is huge. 207 RHPK Racing have lost out in second place in the class due to that unexpected long pit stop that they had earlier on in this stint. Now we're still waiting on DR Autos, Dr. Autos coming in from third place in the class. That should give the final podium point coming back to 207 RHPK Racing, but we wait and see. So then, 3 minutes left to go on the clock. We've nearly completed 3 hours of racing here. So, nearly completed 3 hours of racing here at the Royal House Pro Karting Series, round number 8 here in Hoddesdon. It's still pretty feisty out there on circuit. Still drivers trying to go side by side through Reg's elbow, trying to sort it out as they come down into hairpin number 1. They just about managed to do so. Less than 3 minutes now left to go on the clock. With Slippery Bananas making that final pit stop, they look to have secured themselves second place, and that has given that a lovely bit of breathing room to Alessia. They're 1 lap, almost 2 laps ahead of second place in the class. What a race it's been for the number 40 of Alessia. They just need to bring it home to that checkered flag. Just over 2 minutes left to go on the clock then. I hope you enjoyed the race so far, ladies and gentlemen. Not only if you're here at the circuit, but also if you're on the live stream, someone's on the live chat. Let's have a look at that, because I think they've said something in the live coming. GKD have done all stops. Number 2 was for a puncture. Okay, thank you very much. I did not realise that there was a puncture for the GKDs. I know you had that mechanical issue, but again, I forgot to check whether that mechanical actually counted as a pit stop. So thank you very much for double checking that for me. So GKD have indeed done all of their pit stops. So GKD, not expecting to see it again. They're currently in 5th place in the overall, and obviously in their super class as well. This is where I might have just got things slightly wrong, but we'll wait and see how it all plays out over these last couple of minutes, whether we do end up seeing anyone else into the pit lane. Now, I'm almost 100% sure that I haven't missed out helicopter services. They're definitely owing us another pit stop out there on track. Now, yeah, I think it's them, Dr. Autos, and Monkey Motorsport 37. That's only 3 I'm now expecting to come in once again. We'll wait and see if they have mechanicals that I've not spotted. Maybe, sorry. Trying to keep up with about 1,000 things here at RHPK. It's going to be tough being here in the comms box all on your own. So for doing the best job I can. If you've enjoyed today's commentary, make sure you go drop me a follow, please, at Ratters Media on Instagram and TikTok. I would really, really appreciate that. But we're into the final minute of racing here. 3 hours and 59 minutes are done and dusted, and only 1 more is left to go. And helicopter services come through and under the gantry, and they start the final lap of this race. But surely they've still got to come into the pits. Let's wait and see them. We're going to watch them come through into sector number 3, and maybe I've got this all wrong. Let's wait and see them as the number 2 comes through and into the final couple of corners. Will they dive into the pits? Yes, they will. Helicopter services into the pits on the last lap of the race. They've got to do a pretty slick pit stop here to try and get themselves onto the overall podium. With JNT Racing, where is the number 55? Where are they going to come through to take the checkered flag and take the win here for round number 8? And they cut across the line And that is the overall victory for JMD Racing. What a race from the number 55, a fully deserving win for their team. Here's the number 2 though. Where are they going to come out in terms of the rest of the superclass runners? They're out of the pits. They're on the way in racing. I think they're going to steal away second place. Yes, they are. Great bit of performance there from Helicopter Services. Wow, what strategy from Helicopter Services. And they've stolen away second place overall from Alessia Prime. Alessia Prime had a fantastic race, but that final stint from Helicopter Services saw them gain just enough time to jump them in that final pit stop, and Alessia Prime had to settle for third place overall, 6.5 seconds off of Helicopter Services. But wow, as I said, what a race from J&D Racing. They won that by over 22 seconds. I mean, after 4 hours, that doesn't seem like a huge gap, but I know for Bright House Pro Karting, that is a massive gap to win a race like. So well done to the number 55 squad, a fully deserving win out there. GKT were looking so promising throughout that one, but that mechanical issue, I've now been told live chat was a puncture. Gutting for them. They were right in the hunt there throughout that first sort of opening hour of the race. They're having to settle for P5 overall then in that one. And between them, Monkey Motorsport 73, they're finishing in P4 once everything was said and done. But that classic Helicopter Services strategy they're pitting on the final lap. I must have got a few things wrong there because Dr. Auto didn't come in for another stop. And neither did Monkey Motorsport 37. Really, I missed a couple of pit stops there. Apologies, everyone. But wow, what a race! Absolutely fantastic. Bright House Pro Karting Series never fails to be exciting, and you always think, I mention this almost every time, a 4-hour race. How can that be exciting? Well, you get your bum down to Riot House and come and watch a Riot House Pro Karting Series, and you'll see just how a 4-hour race can be so exciting. Well done to everyone involved in that race. You gave us some fantastic action to watch here at the side of the circuit. Not only that, you gave everyone at home on the YouTube live stream some brilliant action to watch as well. I hope everyone on the YouTube live stream has enjoyed today's racing from wherever you're watching in the world. Make sure you drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel as well to not miss. I'm sure they'll do another live stream for next month's round as the season comes to a close. The season finale next month. You better all be here for that. I'm really sorry that I can't be here for that. My diary not permitting. I wish I could have been. If it hadn't been on the previous weekend, if we'd have just done Saturday RHPK, Sunday London Cup, it would have been golden. But sadly, I can't make that last round. And whoever ends up guiding you through the action, I hope it is fantastic. Let's run you through then the finishing order from round number 8. JMD Racing, Helicopter Services, and Alessia Prime, your top 3 in Super and top 3 overall. Monkey Motorsport number 73 and GKD Racing round out the top 5. Then Purple Infinity take the win in the Pro class. They finished in 6th place overall. Monkey Motorsport 37 and the Royal Navy squad are the rest of your top 3 in the Pro class, finishing 7th and 8th respectively. March Racing and FBD Racing are your top 10 overall, with August and Auto just missing out on the top 10 there in P11. Team Alessia take the win in the Clubman class, a commanding win in the Clubmans there, ahead of Slippy Bananas and Dr. Autos there in the top 3 in Clubmans, and 207 Orange Tree Racing. That late pit stop, that unplanned pit stop, causing them to drop out of the Clubman podium. It was looking like second or third was on the cars, but sadly they'll have to settle for P4 in Clubman. 50th overall. Behind them are Wraith Racing, then Wraith Clubman, Going Bananas, RAF Falcons, and Wraith Pro, your top 20. Then Stingray Juniors, One Custom Motorsport Design, Bad Racing, DAD Racing, BRM Racing, KTM, and CNOS Clubman, your 27 cars that took part in that race. I think sadly, only the top 22 actually making it to the checkered flag. But what a day of racing it's been here at the Riot House Park Raceway. I hope you have thoroughly enjoyed it. If you enjoyed my commentary, as I mentioned in the last few minutes, go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram. That's your main place you want to go, at Ratters Media. Drop me a follow and support my commentary and motorsport journey. I would super appreciate that. But of course, I hope you've all had a fantastic day. A big congratulations to everyone out there racing. You treated us to some brilliant action. but also particularly a big shout out to everyone getting on the podium in their respective classes. Make sure you all join us over in the main building in only maybe sort of 20 or 30 minutes time for your podium presentations, where we'll crown those top 3 in each classes and give out your trophies to take home with you and pop on the mantelpiece. But what another day of great racing it's been for RHPK. A big shout out to everyone involved in making this happen. Of course, Mark Beaumont, who sorts out basically the entire series. Kelvin, of course, Kelvin Nichols, who does so much as well to help out with the series and doing the scrutineering and whatnot, all the technical bits and bobs. And then everyone here at White House as well, all the brilliant marshals out there on circuit, making sure that it runs smoothly out there and it's as safe as possible. And then everyone behind the scenes as well on the White House crew. Also, particularly Luke and of course Sam on the gantry as well, and plenty of other names that I should be mentioning. Apologies to them that I'm not giving you that little shout out, but you all do a fantastic job. But again, from myself, John Radcliffe, how can I not say as well? We were happy not to use them today, but of course all the medical staff as well that sit down at the first corner. Thank you for giving up your day to be here to make sure that everyone is safe as well. And it's always a good day when we don't have to use you. We don't have to see you out on circuit. That's when the day has gone swimmingly. Great to see all the drivers out there having fun out on circuit, and even if you haven't got the result that you wanted, as long as you had fun, that's the main thing in motorsport. Well, thank you all for joining us, whether you're here at the circuit, whether you're watching at the live stream at home. Thank you for joining us for round number 8 of the Rye House Pro Karting Series. As I say, sadly can't be with you for the finale next round, but wow, with the racing that's happened last month and this one, that season finale is going to be so exciting. If there's a live stream for it, which I hope there is, I'm definitely going to be tuning in and keeping up to date with what's going on here down in Hoddesdon. But my name is John Radcliffe. A big thank you for joining us, from myself and the whole team here at Rye House. For now, it's goodbye, and they will see you next round for round number 9, the season finale. I can't wait. Enjoy. I hope you all have a good time. We'll see you very, very soon. If you're here at the circuit, make sure you go and join us over in the main building. Thank you all for being with us. We'll see you very, very soon.